Chapter 2096. The sky darkened, and the divine chains of order covered the sky. After the darkest sages and the northern black poison emperor, the fierce king of Een also died in an instant. He was pierced by the divine chains of order, and he was unable to resist the terrifying power of the rules. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Lin Tian looked ahead. His gaze fell on Wu Yi, and he could not help but flicker. He could feel that Wu Yi was extremely angry now. Otherwise, she would not have said something like, "None of you can leave," when she attacked. That was not in line with her personality at all. This is simply. The white tiger could not help but tremble, and his eyes were filled with horror. 3 heaven-reaching, level existences had died in the blink of an eye. All of them were destroyed in an instant. How frightening was this? At the same time, the other cultivators in this place were also shocked. They could not help but feel terrified. There were less than 1,000 heaven-reaching, level existences in the entire heaven realm of nothingness. But now, 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. They were cut down like tofu. That scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The reincarnation body, other than his master, there is actually such a terrifying existence by his side? This. What is his relationship with her? It seems to be the reincarnation body's wife. Previously, I heard that beautiful girl call him father, and her mother. Previously, Ruoxian called Lin Tian father and Wu Yi mother. Naturally, some of the cultivators in this place had heard it. At this time, they guessed the relationship between Wu Yi and Lin Tian. The cultivators were all shocked and horrified by the relationship between Wu Yi and Lin Tian. At the same time, they also felt a sense of envy and jealousy. Lin Tian not only had an extremely terrifying master behind him, but he also had such a beautiful and unreal wife by his side. She was so powerful that she made all Taos tremble, rumble. Above the sky, numerous divine chains of order interweaved. They were like numerous divine dragons that could destroy the world, suppressing the entire world. The heavenly masters of the celestial court, the 6 grand elders of the Thunder Clan, Eternal Peace Jisien, and Yama King Tongbei, couldn't help but tremble. The aura exuded by the divine chains of order was too oppressive. Just the aura alone was enough to make them panic. These people were the same as the other cultivators. Because of how Ruoxian addressed Lin Tian and Wu Yi, they all knew about the relationship between Wu Yi and Lin Tian. The Thunder Clan's 7th elder gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Miss, we know our wrongs. Our Thunder Clan has existed for countless years. Please give us some face and let us go. Our clan is grateful, and we will definitely—" Boom! The heavens rumbled as a divine chain of order descended like a thunderbolt, instantly piercing through the 7th elder of the Thunder Clan. There was no blood, no screams. The Thunder Clan's 7th elder disintegrated like a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. 7th brother. The other 5 grand elders of the Thunder Clan trembled. In the heaven realm of nothingness, their clan was only weaker than the celestial court. There were 12 heavenly masters in the clan. But now, one of them had been obliterated, his body and soul destroyed. However, at this time, when they looked at Wu Yi, they didn't feel angry because their 7th elder had been killed. Instead, they felt even more terrified. It was also at this time that the heavens shook again. Another divine chain of order descended, and the surrounding space fluctuated like water ripples. With a few chi sounds, the Thunder Clan's 8th elder, 9th elder, 10th elder, 11th elder, and 12th elder were penetrated by a divine chain of order, carrying endless despair and fear. They were like the 7th elder, directly disintegrating and dying. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian was almost dumbfounded. Ascending heaven realm experts with the highest realm in the known records of cultivation. Every existence of this level was an earth-shattering figure, but now they were so weak. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu, as well as the other practitioners here, were also stunned. 6 of the Thunder clans, 12 heavenly masters, died just like that. The strength of the Great Thunder Clan has been reduced by half. When did heavenly masters become so weak? Someone murmured. It was also at this time that the heavens roared. Wu Yi stood in place and didn't move. Her eyes were deep and dark, without the usual gentleness. The space trembled and distorted with her gaze, and the divine chains of order in the heavens slashed down with her thoughts, enveloping the 15 heaven masters of the celestial court, Henjing Jisian and Yama Tongbei within the attack range. The 17 heavenly masters were all terrified. They supported themselves with all their strength to resist, urging their Saint Aura to the limit. All kinds of divine powers and divine Tao laws were desperately activated at this time. Some even burned their life origin to resist. However, no matter if it was the spatial laws or the divine chains of order, both of them were terrifying to the extreme. So, the divine abilities, secret techniques, and ordinary divine Tao laws that they supported were utterly useless before these 2 types of energy. Uft, uft, uft. 3 shattering sounds rang out. Henjing Jisian, Yama Tongbei, and a heaven master of the celestial court were swept up by the space divine rule and pierced through by the divine chains of order. In the blink of an eye, they collapsed into light and dissipated. They didn't even have time to scream before they were annihilated in body and soul. Miss, please show mercy. Only the 14 heaven masters of the celestial court were left. At this time, it was even more frightening. Someone cried out. However, this was clearly useless. Wu Yi's expression didn't change, nor did she make any unnecessary movements. Wherever her gaze passed, space turned into a lethal weapon that swept up the 14 heaven masters of the celestial court. Moreover, divine chains of order once again descended from the heavens. This attack was truly terrifying to the extreme. Although the heaven masters of the celestial court were much stronger than ordinary heavenly masters, it was still very difficult for them to block this attack. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the heaven masters were engulfed by the space divine rule and pierced through by the divine chains of order. They immediately disintegrated into light and were annihilated in body and soul. The remaining 9 heaven masters were extremely terrified. They constantly burned their origin to resist the space divine rule and evade the divine chains of order with great difficulty. All the while, they couldn't stop trembling. This was because, even though they were constantly burning their origin in exchange for more tyrannical fighting strength, the 9 of them knew very well that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The powerful fighting strength that they had obtained by burning their origin couldn't withstand the space divine rule and divine chains of order at all. It could only allow them to struggle for a little longer, allowing them to live a little longer. Cough! Suddenly, a dry cough rang out from the horizon. It was incomparably ancient. A withered old man who looked like a corpse appeared, leaning on a gray walking stick. He was clearly very far away in the horizon a moment ago, but in the next instant he appeared right in front of the 9 heaven masters of the celestial court, causing the heavens to tremble for a moment. At the same time, the space divine rule and the power of order pressing down on the 9 heaven masters of the celestial court were all repelled. Chapter 2097. The withered old man wore a gray robe and leaned on a walking stick. His eye sockets were sunken as if he already had half a foot in a coffin. He was no different from a corpse, but his appearance caused the expressions of all the cultivators in the underground world to change. Ancient ancestor? He's one of the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. These cultivators couldn't help but tremble when they heard the 9 celestial masters of the celestial court address the withered old man. As far as they knew, the ancient ancestors of the celestial court were all monsters who had fought with the legendary human monarch. This old man, the white tiger, looked at the withered old man and couldn't help but tremble. The little Taichu, the violet fairy, and the Ruashian also trembled. Their expressions couldn't help but change. Even Lin Tian's pupils shrunk. This shriveled old man looked just like a candle that could die at any moment. It was as though a gentle breeze could blow him away. However, this caused an intense feeling of horror to rise in Lin Tian's heart. Moreover, the old man had shaken off Wu Yi's spatial laws and divine chains of order as soon as he appeared. This was enough to show how terrifying this old man was. He was definitely a super old monster. Is this the person that Senior Xianhuang mentioned before? One of the few people in the celestial court who aren't weaker than the current old man? His heart trembled as he recalled what Xianhuang had said to him. He said that there were people in the celestial court who weren't weaker than an old drunkard, but they were all in closed-door cultivation to heal their injuries and wouldn't appear for a while. Wasn't he in closed-door cultivation to heal his injuries? Could it be that his injuries have already healed? He was moved. The sky was dark and divine chains of order intertwined. Wu Yi's expression didn't change at all, and her white dress swayed gently in the wind. Of the 15 celestial masters of the celestial court, 9 of them were still alive. At this time, all of them were pleasantly surprised. They knew very well how powerful this ancient ancestor was. Back then, he had fought with the legendary human monarch and survived. Not many people in the world could stop him. Lord Ancient Ancestor, your injuries have healed? Among the 9, Heavenly Master Xian Quan bowed deeply and asked. The withered old man's eye sockets were sunken as he leaned on his walking stick and shook his head. Then he looked at Lin Tian. Wisps of dim light flashed through his sunken eyes like 2 black holes. You dare to cultivate reincarnation? You really have guts. He spoke faintly, his voice incomparably ancient. Lin Tianji felt his soul go cold. Being stared at by the other party, it was as if he had become transparent. At the same time, he was slightly surprised by the other party's words. What did he mean by daring to cultivate the cycle of reincarnation? You're quite bold. Was he referring to the fact that he was a reincarnated being? However, was it up to him to decide his own physique? Of course not. Since he couldn't, how could he be bold? What do you mean? He said in a deep voice. The other party's words made him feel very strange. The withered elder glanced at him one last time and didn't say anything else. His gaze shifted to Wu Yi. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in this era. Looking at Wu Yi, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, a bright light intertwined in his sunken eyes. It didn't disappear until a few breaths later. He spoke again. This old man cherishes talent, so I'll give you a chance. A reincarnated being can't escape death. And others can't live either, but you can. He looked at Wu Yi and said, join the celestial court and serve the celestial court. This old man will not kill you, and I can even make you the only master of the celestial court on the surface. You will be above all the heavenly masters of the celestial court. All the heavenly masters of the celestial court, as well as those below them, will be at your disposal. When he appeared in this place, he had already scanned the seas of consciousness of the 9 heavenly masters of the celestial court with his divine sense. He knew everything that had happened here, including the relationship between Wu Yi and Lin Tian and the others. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the cultivators changed. All the cultivators stared at the withered old man in shock. To think that this ancient existence who had once clashed with a human king and survived, one of the ancient ancestors of the heavenly court, would actually open his mouth and invite Wu Yi to join the heavenly court. Moreover, he would grant Wu Yi such great authority, promising that Wu Yi would be the master of the heavenly court on the surface. He would be able to control and command the heavenly court's heavenly master level heavenly masters, and all the heavenly soldiers and generals below the heavenly master level. Even the 9 heavenly masters of the celestial court were moved. They had never imagined that the ancient ancestor of their bloodline would make such a decision. Who wants to join your celestial court? Old stick, how many times do you want to die? Ruoxian angrily said. Lin Tian's eyes also chilled. He naturally did not like the other party's words. Moreover, the other party's lofty attitude, as if everything was under his control, also made him very uncomfortable. Wu Yi said nothing, but his expression remained the same. In the next moment, the densely packed divine chains of order in the sky trembled. No less than 10,000 divine chains of order pressed down. 10,000 Tao chains of order were like 10,000 world-destroying divine dragons. As they pressed down, the world around them seemed to be on the verge of disintegrating. The withered old man looked at Wu Yi, his sunken eyes flashing with disappointment. "It seems that you've refused. What a pity." As he said this, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly rushed out of his withered body. It was as if a destructive volcano that had been dormant for countless years had erupted at this moment, shattering all the divine chains of order pressed down by Wu. Then, in the next moment, a sonorous sound reverberated. A blood-red light suddenly appeared in the sky, and in the blink of an eye it condensed into blood-red chains. Each blood-red chain was intertwined with a terrifying aura. Immediately, many people in the area trembled. "Order!" Lin Tian's expression changed. "This old stick, he actually controls order, and it seems very complete." The white tiger was trembling. At the same time, Ruoxian, little Taichu, the violet fairy, and the others also changed their expressions. Rumble. In the sky, Wu Yi's divine chains of order collided with the withered old man's divine chains of order, erupting one after another. Then, crisp cracking sounds rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the two's divine chains of order were completely shattered. This made Lin Tian's expression change again. Wu Yi's order was actually obliterated. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. Although the other party's divine chains of order were also shattered, he was still shocked. The violet fairy and the others were also shocked. The 9 heaven masters of the celestial court sneered. They knew how strong this ancient ancestor of their lineage was. When they saw this ancient ancestor of their lineage shatter Wu Yi's divine chains of order that filled the sky, they were not surprised at all. This seat cherishes talent and invited you to join the celestial court. Unfortunately, you did not appreciate the invitation. The withered old man looked at Wu Yi. The aura around his body gradually became more terrifying, as if it had turned into a source of destruction that wanted to bury everything in the world. "People like you cannot be used by me, so I can only obliterate you. Otherwise, you will be a huge problem in the future." Chapter 2098. That's the existence that survived the battle with the legendary human king. This is simply this level of order. Who can withstand it? In the underground space, the crowd of cultivators trembled as they looked at the towering holy shadow behind the ancient ancestor of the celestial court. Their eyes were filled with horror. The towering holy shadow was formed entirely from order, and it was surrounded by divine chains of order. How terrifying was this power! It was truly enough to destroy everything. Lin Tianzi's expression changed immediately. The power of order caused his back to turn extremely cold in an instant. The white tiger couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, the violet fairy, Jiyu, and Ruoxian's expressions changed drastically when they saw the towering holy shadow. The withered corpse of the celestial court's ancient ancestor actually contained such terrifying order power. The 9 heavenly masters of the celestial court sneered. They no longer looked at Wu Yi with fear and dread. Their gazes fell on Wu Yi as if they were looking at a corpse. Behind the withered old man, the thick and dense order power condensed into a towering holy shadow. The divine chains of order around it were also incomparably terrifying. It made him look like a supreme being of heaven and earth. "Although I haven't fully recovered from my injuries in the past, it's enough to kill you." He looked at Wu Yi, paused for a moment, and then spoke again. "This old man will give you one last chance. Join the celestial court and serve the celestial court. This old man won't kill you and will let you be the only master of the celestial court. You can mobilize the heavenly masters of the celestial court and everyone below them as you wish. What do you think? Agree to this old man's request, and you can live. Otherwise die." As the last word of die was uttered, a violent wind swept through the space. It was mixed with the terrifying aura of order, as if it was displaying his majesty. Even the heavens trembled violently. Wu Yi was wearing a white dress. The hem of her dress swayed in the wind, and even her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her expression did not change in the slightest. Only her divine voice floated between heaven and earth. It was not as gentle as it usually was. Instead, it carried a kind of indifference. "In the heavens above and on the earth below, only I reigned supreme." Boom! A tyrannical pressure surged out immediately. The entire celestial world of nothingness shook violently again. The sky instantly turned pitch black, and a destructive aura spread out with her as the center. At this moment, all the Daos of heaven and earth submitted to him. Behind the withered old man, the holy figure condensed from order shattered at the first moment. The surrounding space also collapsed. The old man was sent flying like a scarecrow. A large amount of blood floated in the air. It was a ghastly sight. At that instant, all the cultivators were astounded. She, thunder rumbled in the sky. At this moment, the sky became even darker. In this place, all the cultivators' eyes fell on Wu Yi. Everyone could not help but tremble. Many cultivators even involuntarily stepped back. Lin Tian's eyes could not help but flicker violently. This was the second time he had seen Wu Yi use this kind of technique. It was too powerful. The holy figure condensed from order by the ancient ancestor of the celestial court seemed to be able to destroy everything. However, under Wu Yi's divine technique, it was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. It was destroyed in the blink of an eye. God! The white tiger was almost stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. Even the violet fairy and the others changed color at this moment. They were completely shocked by the scene. Just a moment ago, when they saw the withered old man summon the holy figure, they were originally worried that Wu Yi would not be able to withstand it. This was because the holy figure condensed from order was really terrifying. It really seemed like it could destroy everything. They did not expect that in just an instant, the holy figure of the withered old man would be destroyed. The withered old man was also sent flying with serious injuries. "Just how strong is Sister Wu Yi?" Shui Yi murmured. All these years they had been cultivating with Wu Yi. They originally thought that they were very clear about Wu Yi's strength, but now they realized that they were still far from clear about how strong Wu Yi was. At the very least, the power that Wu Yi displayed at this time was far beyond their imagination. Opposite them, the 9 transcending heaven masters of the celestial court trembled. Ancient ancestor. Just a moment ago, when they saw their ancient ancestor summon the holy figure, they thought that Wu Yi would be dead for sure. There was no way that he would be able to withstand it. Every one of them looked at Wu Yi as if they were looking at a corpse. Unexpectedly, the outcome was completely different from what they had imagined. The holy figure of their ancient ancestor was shattered in an instant, and he was sent flying with serious injuries. They could not believe it. They were shocked and horrified. Their ancient ancestor had fought with the legendary human king in the past. Although his injuries had not healed, he was still terrifying and peerless. But now he was seriously injured by a junior. The ancient ancestor of the celestial court was sent flying. At this time he stabilized his body. Blood was gushing out of his mouth, and his sunken eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Wu Yi in disbelief. He had used all his strength just now. Even if more than 1,000 ordinary transcending heaven masters joined forces, they would not be able to withstand it. He thought that it would be enough to kill Wu Yi, but the outcome was actually like this. Wu Yi's expression was the same as before. There was no change in his expression. He looked at the withered old man and raised his right hand. Clang! There was the sound of a sword. Divine chains of order appeared beside the withered old man and pierced through him. The withered old man trembled violently and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, his body was instantly covered with cracks. Like a cracked ceramic, he could shatter at any time. Ancient ancestor. The 9 heaven masters of the celestial court could not help but cry out. Their ancient ancestor had been seriously injured in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, the space around them distorted, and divine chains of order manifested. Uft, uft, uft. Blood splattered. 9 divine chains of order pierced through the chests of the 9 heaven masters, directly shattering them. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they did not even have the chance to scream. All killed. The group of cultivators was horrified. The celestial court was the number 1 colossus in the celestial realm of nothingness. More than 10 heaven masters had stepped here, but now they were all killed in an instant. Even the ancient ancestor of this lineage, who had fought with the human king in the past, was not of any use. The withered old man was pierced through by the divine chains of order. His withered body was dripping with blood, but he did not die immediately like ordinary transcending heaven masters. After all, he had a very complete control of order. At this time, his expression was very ugly. There was shock and a thick chill. With a boom, his withered body shook violently, and Wu Yi's divine chains of order were shattered into pieces. Very good. You are very good. Very good. His eyes were cold as he stared at Wu Yi and said, "When this old man recovers from his injuries, I will settle the score with you." As he spoke, he looked deeply at Lin Tian. Then he directly retreated, turning into a blood-red ray of light and charging into the distance. Chapter 2099. Escaped? He actually escaped. In the underground space, the crowd of cultivators turned pale. The ancient ancestor of the celestial court had fought with the legendary human king in the past. He was extremely powerful, but now he had actually escaped. Even Lin Tian was surprised. He never thought that the powerful ancient ancestor of the celestial court would choose to escape. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The ancient ancestor of the celestial court was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a great distance. Wu Yi raised her hand, and the light of order interweaved around her. She paused for a moment, then put it down again. In that instant, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court had completely disappeared into the horizon. Wu Yi didn't care. She retracted her gaze from the direction that the withered old man had escaped. Then the pitch-black sky gradually regained its light. The terrifying pressure disappeared, and the oppressive aura also dissipated. "Mother, why didn't you kill that old man? That old man isn't a good person. He's jackals of the same tribe as those heavenly masters," Ruoxian asked. Wu Yi stroked Ruoxian's hair. "It's easy to injure him, but difficult to kill him. After all, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court had complete control over order. Although he wasn't her match, she could feel that it wasn't realistic to kill him. She didn't want to do something that was futile." "Oh," Ruoxian immediately understood. She tugged at Wu Yi, her eyes shining. "But mother, you're so powerful. You're many times more powerful than I imagined." That old man looked terrifying. His control over order was so powerful, but he couldn't beat you, mother. Shui Yijiu, Lin Shi, and the others came over one after another, all of them carrying looks of shock. At the same time, they were all very excited and moved. Wu Yi was so powerful, so they were naturally very happy. "Little Yi, this is unexpected. How strong have you become?" Ji Ling asked. Among everyone, she was the one who understood Wu Yi the most. However, she wasn't clear about Wu Yi's specific strength. The little Taichu floated over and landed on Wu Yi's shoulder, rubbing against Wu Yi affectionately. It was naturally very happy to see Wu Yi again after so many years. Furthermore, the dozens of transcending heaven-tier experts who had injured Lin Tian had all been killed by Wu Yi. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi. At this moment, she was no longer nervous and completely relaxed. Thank goodness you came. If Wu Yi hadn't arrived in time, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Perhaps those people would not dare to do anything to him in the end because they were afraid of an old drunkard. But he might not be able to protect Sushu. That kind of ending was not something he could bear. Wu Yi clearly knew what he was thinking at this time. She gently shook her head. Even if I didn't come, in the end, you can still protect Sushu. No one can take her away. After killing dozens of transcending heaven-tier experts, she seemed to have vented her anger. At this moment, she regained her usual gentleness. She was like a gentle spring. Lin Tian smiled bitterly and said, "Don't comfort me. No matter what, I can't stop dozens of transcending heaven-tier experts." "You can," Wu Yi said. She didn't say much. She was concise and gentle. She didn't sound emotional at all. It was as if she was just stating a fact. Lin Tian looked at her. He saw seriousness in her peaceful expression. Therefore, he stopped worrying about this problem. "All right, if you say I can, then I can." He smiled. Then he looked at Ji Yu, Shui Yi, and the others. After so many years, they finally met in the celestial realm of nothingness. These were his closest family and friends. He was quite happy. He chatted briefly with Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others. Then his gaze fell on Sushu, who was inside the divine phoenix barrier. I didn't expect Sushu to have such a powerful background. She's the reincarnation of the divine phoenix and was already in the transcending heaven tier back then. The purple fairy said. Yin Yer nodded. How surprising. Yeah, who would have thought of this? Lin Tian on Dao. They were all standing beside the divine phoenix barrier. They were guarding Sushu, who was in the final nirvana stage. Sushu needed a lot of time to complete the final nirvana stage. At this time, the group was very relaxed. They weren't nervous or vigilant because Wu Yi was here. There was also a group of cultivators around them. At this time, all of them were stunned. Their gazes fell on Wu Yi. They couldn't imagine that Lin Tian, a reincarnated body, had such a terrifying wife. She could kill an ordinary transcending heaven-tier expert as easily as cutting grass. Even the ancestor of the celestial court, who had fought with a human king, was forced to flee. For a moment, everyone's gazes fell on Lin Tian again. They were all envious and jealous. Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and the others were guarding beside the divine phoenix barrier. They naturally noticed these people's gazes, but didn't care. The white tiger tilted its head and looked at the group of cultivators. What are you looking at? Why? You want to take the divine phoenix's final Tao fruit too. The group of cultivators trembled when they heard this. Hoo, Lord Tiger, you don't talk nonsense. That's right. We definitely don't have that kind of intention. Definitely not. Aye, we'll leave now. Leave right now. Upon hearing the white tiger's words, the crowd of cultivators was so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They had just witnessed how Wu Yi had killed dozens of divine phoenix experts in an instant and forced the ancient ancestor of the celestial court to flee. The initial reason for this was because those dozens of divine phoenix experts had wanted to seize the divine phoenix's final Tao fruit and had severely injured Lin Tian. Now that the white tiger had asked them such a question, these cultivators felt that it was simply asking for their lives. If this was believed by that unrealistically beautiful existence, they would all be finished. In the blink of an eye, they would have to report to the King of Hell. In an instant, this place became much more spacious. At the same time, it was much quieter. I feel much better. It doesn't feel good to be surrounded by people. The white tiger said. Lin Tian didn't mind. While protecting Sushu with Wu Yi and the others, he asked about what they had experienced all these years. After that, he also found out about the present cultivation of the group. Wu Yi had undoubtedly stepped into the immortal ascension realm and had already walked an unknown distance in the immortal ascension realm. The violet fairy, Ji Yu, and the others were all in the quasi-saint realm. Oh, right, there seems to be the ancestral dragon vein of the celestial realm underground in this place. When Sushu completes her nirvana, we'll think of a way to go down and borrow the dragon chi of the ancestral dragon vein to cultivate. He said. When these words came out, apart from Wu Yi, the Violet Fairy, and the others were all shocked. The ancestral dragon vein of the void realm? In this place. Chapter 2100. If my guess is correct, the ancestral dragon's vein should be in this area. Lin Tiandao said. Previously, he had used the dragon mark to explore the ground here. Although he did not touch or see the ancestral dragon's vein, he had heard a loud dragon roar. Moreover, he had absorbed such a shocking amount of ancestral dragon chi from the ground. Therefore, he guessed that the ancestral dragon's vein of the void realm definitely existed further underground. I hope that is the case. Bai Qiu said, the ancestral dragon vein of the celestial void world was lying in this place, which was of great benefit to ordinary sky-level experts. If they could enter it to cultivate, their cultivation base and strength would definitely improve greatly in a short period of time. Immediately, a group of people stood guard here to protect Sushu. They would wait for Sushu to succeed in her nirvana before searching for the ancestral dragon's vein. Lin Tiandao looked inside the godly phoenix boundary and discovered that there was still dragon chi surging up from the ground and entering the godly phoenix boundary. It did not stop flowing in because the godly phoenix boundary had been moved. This made him shocked by Wu Yi's strength once again. Previously, he had moved Ruoxian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu away, but he did not move the godly phoenix boundary because he was worried that once he moved the godly phoenix boundary, the dragon chi would stop flowing in from the ground and affect Sushu's nirvana. However, Wu Yi had moved the godly phoenix boundary and did not affect the ancestral dragon chi at all. This was really shocking. However, when he thought about it, even the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, who had fought with a human king and survived, was forced to retreat by Wu Yi. He was no longer surprised by this. I really can't compare to her. He could not help but chuckle to himself. Wu Yi was very powerful, far more powerful than him. He could not even compare to Wu Yi now. However, he was not discouraged at all. His wife was so powerful. Why should he be discouraged? Now he only felt happy and proud. At the same time, a bright light intertwined in his eyes. He needed to work harder. Buzz. Within the divine phoenix boundary, the divine phoenix fire essence jumped and surged into Sushu's body along with the fire phoenix. Lin Tian Wu Yi and the others stood guard for Sushu. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. 7 days later, in the godly phoenix boundary, the godly phoenix essence fire and fire phoenix completely merged into Sushu's body. Sushu's spiritual energy became extremely powerful. Her cultivation reached the first heaven of holy venerate. At the same time, the divine phoenix barrier trembled and turned into a beam of light that entered Sushu's body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After that, Sushu's eyelids trembled a few times before she opened her eyes. Done. Nirvana success. The group was delighted. The divine phoenix barrier was broken and absorbed into Sushu's body. The divine shadow of the fire phoenix flashed in Sushu's eyes. In an instant, there were raging flames burning in her eyes, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Her eyes gradually brightened, and then they widened. Lin Tian's sister Wu Yi. She looked at Lin Tianyi and the others, then looked at herself. With the success of her nirvana, there were many more memories in her mind. Although they were all fragmented memories, she knew a lot of things. At the very least, she knew that she had a past life and that she was the reincarnation of the divine phoenix from before the primordial age. This shocked her. You are still you, are Sushu. Lin Tian smiled at her. Now, Sushu had undergone nirvana and successfully merged with the fruit of Tao from back then. There were many more memories in her mind. However, her personality did not change, and she did not become the divine phoenix from back then. This actually made him happy. After all, Sushu was Sushu. She was the Sushu of this life. This was the most important thing. Oh. Sushu paused and nodded. Yes, I am the current me. The additional memories in her mind did not make her feel uncomfortable. Her personality was still as lively and cheerful as before. Jiyu, Lin Shi, and the others were also very happy. This ending was undoubtedly the best for them. Speaking of which, you have already undergone nirvana. Why are you only at the first tier of Holy Venerate? The White Tiger suddenly asked. After all, Sushu had undergone nirvana in her previous life. Although she did not really succeed, she seemed to have entered the heavenly ascension realm at that time. However, after so many years, she had only reached the first tier of Holy Venerate after undergoing nirvana in this life. This made the White Tiger feel somewhat strange. After all, she has undergone nirvana. It is obviously impossible to return to her previous peak because of nirvana in an instant. She needs time to recover. After that, it should not take too long to reach the heavenly ascension realm. Lin Tiandao. The White Tiger heard this and nodded. That makes sense. Sushu had finally undergone nirvana. Other than the initial shock, she did not care about her previous life at all. Just as Lin Tian and herself had said, she was still herself, just the Sushu of this life. It's like a dream. Oh, a very, very long dream. She, Wu Yi, and the others gathered together. Ruoxian asked curiously about the feeling of undergoing nirvana. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. 15 minutes later, the group's thoughts landed on the matter of the ancestral dragon's vein. With my current ability, I can't break into the ancestral dragon's vein. Lin Tiandao looked at Wu Yi. It's up to you. If the ancestral dragon's vein of the heaven realm was really here, he believed that with Wu Yi's strength, he would definitely be able to get close to it. Wu Yi nodded. A faint light intertwined from her body and disappeared into the ground. Then dozens of breaths passed. The light intertwined from her body enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others, and they disappeared in an instant. Then, almost in the next moment, the group appeared even deeper underground. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded in their ears. In front of them, a shocking dragon appeared. Because it was too huge, they could not see where the dragon's head was, nor could they see where the dragon's tail was. They could only recognize that it was a dragon. Endless psionic energy was intertwined. Instantly, the group trembled slightly. Except for Wu Yi, everyone was shocked, and then they were pleasantly surprised. Ancestral dragon's vein. That's right. It's definitely the ancestral dragon's vein. The White Tiger trembled in excitement. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a bright light. At a close distance, he could sense with the dragon burial scripture. He was completely sure that this was the ancestral dragon's vein of the heaven realm. Not only was there endless psionic energy intertwined with it, but there was also dense Tao energy intertwined with it. It was very shocking. As expected, he thought to himself. His senses and his guess were completely correct. The ancestral dragon's vein of the void realm was really here. Chapter 2101. When they were really close to the ancestral dragon vein, the dragon chi was too shocking. Lin Tian could not help but be shocked. The density of this dragon chi was completely incomparable to the ancestral dragon chi that he had mobilized with the dragon burial scripture. This is really... The White Tiger was so excited that its voice trembled. Standing beside the ancestral dragon vein, the vast ancestral dragon chi made it feel like its cultivation was about to break through. The violet fairy, Jiyu, and the others were also moved. Their eyes were shining. The ancestral dragon vein of a vast world like the heaven of nothingness was too extraordinary. Absorb the dragon chi to cultivate. Lin Tian was the first to calm down and said, the dragon chi of the ancestral dragon vein contained an indescribable amount of spiritual energy. To them, the benefits were endless. Immediately, the group of people near the ancestral dragon vein began to circulate the ancient scripture, mobilizing the nearby ancestral dragon chi to cultivate. They did not enter the ancestral dragon vein because the ancestral dragon vein in the heaven realm was too shocking. No one below the heaven-reaching realm dared to step indirectly. Their bodies could not withstand the dragon chi in the ancestral dragon vein and would be crushed instantly. Wu Yi stood quietly to the side, protecting Lin Tian and the others. This ancestral dragon vein was no longer useful to her. Lin Tian circulated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. The dragon chi in the surroundings swept over like a storm and entered his body. Immediately, the golden saint light outside his body became even denser. His essence, chi and spirit rose rapidly. This made his heart tremble. He mobilized the ancestral dragon chi to cultivate. At this moment, he felt that his cultivation was rising rapidly. After that, in just a dozen breaths, his body trembled slightly, and a majestic force surged out. His cultivation had stepped from the 5th heaven of the Saint King realm to the 6th heaven of the Saint King realm. He was rather shocked by this, but he composed himself very soon. After all, he had reached the 6th heavenly layer from the 5th heavenly layer in less than a minute. Although the energy from the ancestral dragon chi was just too shocking, the main reason was because he was already at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer and could break through at any time. Now that he had drawn in such a dense amount of ancestral dragon chi, it was an opportunity for him to reach the 6th heavenly layer in the blink of an eye. Now that his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Saint King realm, he paused for a moment before continuing to absorb the ancestral dragon chi with the Sun Heart Sutra. At the same time, the Saint Domain was propped up by him. He used the thick ancestral dragon energy here to evolve it, causing the Saint Domain to emit extremely resplendent light in the blink of an eye. Within it, the mountains, rivers, and plants became more and more numerous, the life aura becoming denser and denser. As the Saint Domain grew, the primordial aura within it surged into Lin Tian's body. Together with the ancestral dragon chi that Lin Tian had absorbed into his body, it strengthened and tempered his body and soul. His essence, soul, and soul grew even faster. Buzz! Outside his body, the golden holy light became even thicker. His cultivation base increased rapidly, and then an hour passed in the blink of an eye. With a rumble, his cultivation broke through again, going from the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer. It had to be said that the dragon chi within the ancestral dragon's vein was just too shocking. The spiritual energy was just too shocking. In just an hour, he had gone from the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer. Continue. He obviously sensed this and felt rather excited, but he calmed himself down in the blink of an eye. He absorbed the ancestral dragon chi to cultivate his body at an even faster rate. At the same time, he relied on the ancestral dragon chi to evolve his Saint Domain. As a matter of fact, compared to cultivating his body, he focused on evolving his Saint Domain. The surging ancestral dragon chi surged into his Saint Domain endlessly, causing it to evolve and grow at an even more shocking rate. Gradually, the senses of his soul sank into the Saint Domain. As he looked at the various objects within, his soul grew as well. As the Saint Domain continued to evolve and grow, the nameless laws of Wei appeared within him. They intertwined within him, spreading to the surface of his body before intertwining into the Saint Domain. Wu Yi was beside him, looking at the holy light outside his body. A faint light intertwined in his gentle eyes. Lin Tian naturally didn't know about this. At this moment, more of his consciousness entered the sacred region to observe the growth of the sacred region. At the same time, he also sensed the nameless light of the Tao pouring into the sacred region. Because of the influx of the light of the Tao, at this moment, everything in the sacred region started to glow. It felt as if they were worshipping the nameless light of the Tao. What kind of Tao is this? He was a little perturbed. Over the years, he had spent a lot of time comprehending the nameless holy light. His Tao power had increased a lot, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of Tao it was. The more he comprehended, the more he felt that the Tao was vast and difficult to understand. Wu Yi had once told him that his Tao was stronger than the laws of space and the laws of time. However, he didn't feel that way. What's going on? He felt strange. Wu Yi couldn't be lying. Since Wu Yi said that his Tao was stronger than the laws of time and space, then it must be stronger than the laws of time and space. However, he couldn't unleash the power of his Tao. He was very confused. Could it be that I can only unleash its true power if I completely control it or figure out what kind of Tao it is? He muttered to himself. He meditated seriously, but it was only for a moment. He stopped thinking about it because he couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. In the future, I'll spend more time comprehending the nameless holy light. He thought to himself. Then he continued to cultivate diligently. For a time, the growth of the saint domain became faster. His essence, qi, and spirit also rose at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. His essence, qi, and spirit increased again and again. His cultivation base reached the 9th level of the Saint King realm. The holy light outside his body became more intense and dazzling. At this time, as the ancestral dragon qi continued to flow into his body, he suddenly trembled slightly. A blurry image appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a vast area intertwined with endless fog. In the center of the area, there was a 7-colored light source flashing. A sword soul fragment. He was shocked. He didn't know why such an image suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness, but he was sure that the 7-colored light source in the image was a sword soul fragment. Where is that place? Is it in the celestial void realm? He was cultivating beside the ancestral dragon vein in the celestial void realm. He suddenly saw such an image and found another sword soul fragment. This surprised and delighted him. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking dragon roar sounded, shattering the image in his sea of consciousness. His body also trembled violently. His blood qi surged, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. At the same time, Ruoxian, Jiyu, Shuiyi the Violet Fairy, and the White Tiger all stopped cultivating. They were awakened by the dragon roar. What's wrong? The White Tiger was shocked. The dragon roar just now had almost shattered its spiritual soul. At this time, its heart was beating wildly. Lin Tian didn't speak. He immediately glanced at Zhou Fati and was shocked again. His eyes widened. Chapter 2102. As usual, Dragon would make up for the 2 chapters he owed today on Saturday and Sunday. Chapter 2103. The ancestral dragon's vein of the heaven realm actually moved, which made Lin Tian's expression change. He cultivated the dragon burial scripture and knew that the ancestral dragon's veins of some super big worlds would move on their own. However, this was the first time he had seen such a thing with his own eyes. Then he vaguely knew why the scene containing the sword soul fragment suddenly appeared in his mind. It was because the ancestral dragon's vein of the heaven realm had also moved and passed by the area where the sword soul fragment fell. Some of the scenes were imprinted in the ancestral dragon qi. Now that he was absorbing the ancestral dragon qi to cultivate, the divine sword was also in his sea of consciousness, so it triggered the scene in the ancestral dragon qi. Beside him, Ruoxian, little Taichu, and the others were also shocked. It was also the first time they had seen the ancestral dragon's vein move. It has become a spirit? White Tiger's eyes widened. Roar! The ancestral dragon's vein moved, accompanied by a heaven-shaking dragon roar. The soil did not obstruct the dragon's body at all because the ancestral dragon's vein itself was condensed from spiritual energy. Its dragon body was so huge that it was a little frightening. It moved very quickly. In the process of moving, due to the fluctuation of spiritual energy, a very terrifying and destructive aura appeared around it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sight of Lin Tianyi and the others. The surroundings instantly became much darker. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the ancestral dragon's vein. He did not know why the ancestral dragon's vein suddenly moved. He thought about it and could not figure it out. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Although they had only cultivated beside the ancestral dragon's vein for a few hours, their gains were great. He had reached the 9th layer of the Saint King realm from the 5th layer of the Saint King realm. His Saint realm had an astonishing growth, and his combat strength was much stronger than before. As for the others, little Taichu's cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the Saint King realm. White Tiger's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Saint King realm. Ruoxian's cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of the Saint King realm, while Violet Fairy, Jiu Yenye and the others had all reached the Saint realm from the Quasi-Saint realm. In just a few hours, the cultivation of the group had undergone earth-shaking changes. It had to be said that the spiritual energy contained in the ancestral dragon vein of the heaven realm was too tyrannical. With it, the speed of cultivation could be said to be tens of thousands of miles in a day. As for Sushu, her cultivation level had not changed much. In this life, she had obtained the fruit of her previous life and had truly achieved nirvana. The increase in her cultivation level was mostly due to secluded meditation. Psionic energy was not very useful to her now. "Let's go up," he said to Wu Yi. Wu Yi nodded. The divine splendor enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others. With a slight ripple, they instantly disappeared below. In the next moment, they appeared in the underground space above. There was no one in the surroundings. Only the broken layer of earth could be seen, which was caused by the previous battle. Currently, there was nothing else that needed to be done in this underground space. Lin Tian spoke and gestured for the group to leave. Soon after, they left the underground space and stepped into the Nirvana wasteland. Speaking of which, wasn't that old Taoist also looking for the ancestral dragon vein? Unfortunately, he didn't find it in the end. White Tiger clicked its tongue. Lin Tian shook his head. "That's hard to say. Maybe he found it too." "Huh." White Tiger was puzzled. "Didn't we find the ancestral dragon vein? That old man isn't with us. How can we find it?" Lin Tian glanced at it. The ancestral dragon vein is very large. In the previous area, we only saw a small part of the ancestral dragon vein. In other areas of the underground space, there must be a part of the complete ancestral dragon vein lying horizontally. That old man may be able to find other parts of the ancestral dragon vein in other areas. White Tiger's eyes flashed when it heard this. It understood Lin Tian's meaning. "Oh, it seems to make sense. Of course." Lin Tian Dao. Then he couldn't help but think of the old Taoist's oracle bone. That thing made him feel that it was really unusual. "What exactly is that?" he muttered to himself. That oracle bone made him feel as if it contained everything. However, he didn't pay much attention to it after thinking about it. After all, there wouldn't be any results just by thinking about it. He, Wu Yi, and the others quickly left the Nirvana wasteland and went to other places. The harvest from this trip to the Nirvana wasteland could be said to be huge. The heaven of nothingness realm was very vast, and the spiritual energy was boundless. After he and Wu Yi left the Nirvana wasteland, they didn't do anything else for the time being. Instead, they strolled leisurely with Wu Yi and the others. It was as if they were playing walking past immortal mountains and rivers. He had been separated from them for many years. Now that they were together, it could be said that he was very happy. Soon a month had passed. During this month, he and Wu Yi didn't do anything important. They had been playing leisurely. "We're going back." On this day, Wu Yi spoke. She and Lin Tiandao were going to bring Ruoxian and Sushu back to the 10 Directions, Sky Domain. This caused Lin Tianwei to be stunned and a little surprised. "Go back? Aren't we going together?" Wu Yi shook her head and said softly, "It will interfere with your cultivation." Lin Tian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Then a warm current flowed through his heart. At this moment, he knew what Wu Yi was thinking. With Wu Yi's strength, even the ancient ancestor of the celestial court wasn't her opponent. If Wu Yi followed by his side, it might make him naturally relax and lose his sense of danger and nervousness. In this way, it would more or less affect his normal cultivation. It would be bad for his future cultivation. At the same time, Wu Yi also thought that Ruoxian and the others would also affect him. It would make him focus most of his energy on them in the future. Therefore, she wanted to bring Ruoxian and the others with her. "Thank you." He couldn't help but step forward and pull Wu Yi into his arms. This woman was so perfect that she seemed unreal. Back when he was framed and lost his cultivation, she stood on a mountain near his village for several years and silently watched him. This woman, who was so powerful that even the ancient ancestor of the celestial court fled in fear, spent 1,000 years without cultivating herself to create the reincarnation forging spirit art and reincarnation tribulation crossing song for him. Now, she wanted to bring Ruoxian and the others back to the 10 directions heaven, just so that they wouldn't interfere with his normal cultivation. It was all for his sake. He was so touched that he didn't know what to say. He could only think of 2 words, "Thank you." With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? "We're family. No need to thank me." Wu Yi said softly, "They'll go back with me. Don't worry." Lin Tian nodded vigorously. Ruoxian and Sushu followed Wu Yi. In this world, how many people could threaten them? He was very relieved. Now, it was far better for them to follow Wu Yi than follow him. "Father, do your best. But remember, safety first." Chapter 2104. Lin Tian watched as Wu Yi left with Ruoxian and the others and disappeared before his eyes. He was slightly dazed and absent-minded. In fact, he was very reluctant to part with them. However, he soon returned to normal, and a bright light intertwined in his eyes. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Why are they leaving? How good would it be if they stayed? We can sweep through the void heaven realm and find immortal treasures to become stronger. White Tiger muttered. Wu Yi was too strong. If Wu Yi stayed, he could almost sweep through any place in the heaven realm. Rely on yourself to grow up. Be more promising. Lin Tian looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Little Taichu floated at the side and echoed his words. He said to White Tiger, "Be more promising." White Tiger rolled its eyes. "I don't have any big ambitions. If I can lie down and live, I will never stand up and live comfortably." Lin Tian almost couldn't hold himself back from kicking it away. Such useless words, and this fellow actually dared to say them so confidently. He stood where he was and paused for a moment. Then he called the White Tiger and little Taichu to leave. "Where are we going? What are we going to do?" White Tiger followed beside him and asked. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with a bright light. He walked towards the east and said, "The Tao-suppressing forbidden zone." Previously, when he absorbed the ancestral dragon chi of the ancestral dragon vein of the heaven realm to cultivate, he had obtained clues about the new sword soul fragment. From those images, he knew that the area where the sword soul fragment was located was the Tao-suppressing forbidden zone. The reason why he knew this was because he had read many ancient books when he destroyed the Thunder and Fire Fairyland and other great sections. He knew most of the things in the current void heaven realm. He had seen records about the Tao-suppressing forbidden zone. The new sword soul fragment was located in the Tao-suppressing forbidden zone, in the center of the Tao-suppressing forbidden zone. What? Where are we going? White Tiger widened its eyes. Tao-suppressing forbidden zone? Are you crazy? Back then, in the Thunder Fire Immortal Land and dozens of other great sects, it had also read about the Tao-suppression forbidden zone. It was an extremely frightening place with a strange and mysterious power intertwining inside. Just like its name, even the Tao would be suppressed in that place. Once a cultivator entered, their power would be greatly weakened. It was the #1 forbidden zone in the Void Realm. Since ancient times, no one knew how many peerless experts had died in that forbidden zone. According to the records of the ancient books it had seen, just the existence of the heaven-piercing realm alone had at least 30 people who had died in that forbidden zone. There's a fragment of a sword soul in there, Lin Tian said. His family and friends already knew about the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness. They also knew that he had been searching for the sword soul fragment. When the white tiger heard this, he was immediately moved. There is a fragment of that sword soul? This. How did you know? Even little Alpha Primordium had a strange expression on his face. Lin Tian didn't hide anything. He briefly described the scenes he had seen while cultivating beside the ancestral dragon vein. The white tiger was stunned, and then he was speechless. That area is very frightening. Even the heaven-piercing realm experts can't come out alive. Why didn't you ask Princess Wu Yi to go with you? Let's find the sword soul fragment first, and then let them go back to the 10 directions, heavenly territory. He remembered the various records about the Tao suppression forbidden zone he had seen in the ancient books, and he couldn't help but tremble. Oh, I forgot, Lin Tiandao said, but it's not a big deal. You can rely on yourself more. He said, don't always think about how dangerous it is. Think about the good things. For example, it said that there are endless treasures of heaven and earth inside. Some of them are even coveted by the heaven-piercing realm experts. Maybe we can get a lot of such treasures inside. The white tiger couldn't help but curl his lips. You're so imaginative. Lin Tiantan smiled and didn't say anything more. However, he was still very serious. After all, the Tao suppression forbidden zone was indeed not a good place. It was very dangerous. However, even so, he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, there was a bright light in his eyes. The sword soul fragment was inside. For the fragment, he had to go. At the same time, before Wu Yi left with Ruoxian and Sushu, he made a promise to Wu Yi that he would become stronger as soon as possible. So, even though the Tao suppression forbidden zone was very dangerous, and many heaven-piercing realm experts had died in it, he still had to go. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. On the road to becoming stronger, he couldn't be afraid of danger. Facing difficulties head-on without fear had always been his style of doing things. Then, on this day, he led the white tiger and little Taichu toward the Tao suppression forbidden zone. The Tao suppression forbidden zone was located in the eastern region of the Void Realm. It could be considered very far from where they were now. They flew all the way, and their speed was very fast. At the same time, they stabilized their Taoist foundation. Although the ancestral dragon vein's dragon qi was very pure, using that kind of dragon qi to improve their cultivation was different from using ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures to improve their cultivation. It wouldn't cause their Taoist foundation to be unstable. However, they had improved too much in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, they still had to sort out their improved cultivation. Sorting out their cultivation like this would naturally cause their Taoist foundation to become more stable. In this way, they quickly flew in the air while sorting out their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. After half a year, on this day, a red territory appeared thousands of feet in front of them. It was vast and boundless, and there wasn't any green vegetation around it. It was a piece of barren land. Above the red territory, wisps of gray fog lingered. The range that one could see was very limited. Once one's divine consciousness probed into it, it would disappear in the blink of an eye. We're here. Lin Tian looked ahead and said in a deep voice. There was a light intertwining in his eyes. Thousands of feet away, the red territory was the first forbidden zone of the Void Realm, the Tao suppression forbidden zone. He paused on the spot and called out to the white tiger and little Taichu to continue forward. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the forbidden zone. It's a dangerous place that even sky-level experts would be frightened by, and were actually rushing to jump into it. The white tiger pulled a long face. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Why don't you and the little fellow wait for me outside? I'll look for you after I come out." The Tao suppression forbidden zone was indeed very dangerous. He thought for a moment and felt that he could go there alone. There was no need to let the white tiger and the little fellow take the risk with him. "What are you talking about? I don't have any great ambitions, and my cultivation and combat strength are far inferior to yours. Even if I go in, I won't be able to help you much. However, I'm not a coward. I won't let you go in alone and take the risk. If you want to go, I'll naturally go with you. Even if we die, we'll die in there together." The white tiger rolled his eyes. Chapter 2105. Lin Tian listened to the white tiger and little Tai Chu. Seeing their serious expressions, he paused and could not help but laugh. "Okay, let's go together." He laughed. True partners and comrades were like this. It did not matter whether they were strong or weak. The most important thing was that they could live and die together. At that moment, he was not pretentious and did not think too much. He called the white tiger and little Tai Chu and directly stepped into the forbidden zone of suppression. In the blink of an eye, he and the white tiger and little Tai Chu stepped into the forbidden zone. At the same time, in the distance, a few cultivators passed by 1,000 feet away and happened to see this scene. That's the reincarnation body. They actually stepped into the forbidden zone of suppression. What do they want to do? Do they want to die? That terrifying woman, why isn't she with him? This, not long ago in the battle under the Nirvana wasteland, Wu Yi walked out and killed more than 20 sky-level masters in the blink of an eye. Even the ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court was forced to flee. This news had already spread throughout the Celestial Void Realm, causing everyone in the Celestial Void Realm to be shocked. At this time, these people saw Lin Tian but did not see Wu Yi, so they were naturally surprised. Moreover, these cultivators were not ordinary cultivators. They wore the unique uniforms of the Celestial Court and were members of the Celestial Court. Let's not care about this first. Quickly return to the Celestial Court and report the matter of the reincarnation body entering the Forbidden Zone to the Celestial Masters. Let's go. Two of them opened their mouths and said with shock, "A few days ago, the Celestial Court had issued an order regarding the reincarnation body. Once they discovered it, they had to report it as soon as possible." Immediately, the few of them left this place at an extremely fast speed. They were all saint-level cultivators and were not slow. Not long after, they appeared in a nearby branch of the Celestial Court. Then they used the teleportation formation in the branch of the Celestial Court to reach the main family of the Celestial Court in the center of the Celestial Realm and report this matter. They went to the Forbidden Zone of Suppression. You've got guts. In the main branch of the Celestial Court, several heavenly lords were gathered in a magnificent hall, their faces cold. Back then, because of Lin Tian, their Celestial Court was warned by an old drunkard and lost all face. Not long ago, Wu Yi appeared and obliterated more than 10 heavenly masters of the Celestial Court in the blink of an eye. Even an ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court was severely injured and had to flee. The Celestial Court overlooked the Celestial Realm and had only suffered at the hands of the human king countless years ago. It had been a long time since they lost face. But now, in a very short period of time, because of Lin Tian, they lost face because of an old drunkard, lost face because of Wu Yi, and even lost more than 10 heavenly masters. This caused the heavenly lords of the Celestial Court to be filled with killing intent and anger during this period of time. And this debt was naturally placed on Lin Tian's head. You dare to go to that forbidden zone? Very good. Very good. That forbidden zone suppresses everything. No matter how powerful you are, you can forget about knowing what happened inside from the outside world. Now that woman is not by his side and his master is not here, so they can't sense what happened inside. It's just the right time to suppress him. There's no need to care about anything. The other ancient ancestors will come out of seclusion one after another soon. When they come out together, no matter how powerful his master and that woman are, there's no need to be afraid of them. We couldn't suppress him last time. This time, we'll step into that forbidden zone and see who can protect him. Hurry up. We can't let him go too deep. Otherwise, he'll die, and we won't be able to get the origin of reincarnation. It'll have a great impact. In addition, if we go too deep, even if we go there, we might be in trouble." At this time, 9 heavenly masters stood in the magnificent hall. At this time, they all moved and stepped into the forbidden zone. Inside the forbidden zone, smoke lingered and the soil was crimson red, as if it was dyed red by blood. Lin Tian and the white tiger, little Taichu, stepped into the forbidden zone. At this time, they had already walked far away from the edge of the forbidden zone. Whoosh! A gentle breeze drifted in the forbidden zone. The air was intertwined with gray smoke, making people feel a little cold. A man and 2 beasts walked in, all of them very cautious. They were vigilant of their surroundings and moving forward carefully. After all, this was the number 1 forbidden zone of the heaven realm. It was very dangerous, and they had to be 120% vigilant. The forbidden zone of the forbidden zone is indeed as its name says. It suppresses everything. Lord Tiger's strength is now suppressed to the point that it's getting lower and lower. At most, it can only display the combat strength of a quasi-saint. It's very bad, the white tiger said in a deep voice. Yeah, little Taichu raised its little paw, expressing the same meaning as the white tiger. At this time, its strength was also suppressed. Like the white tiger, it could only display the combat strength of a saint. It couldn't operate its divine Tao laws and so on. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. You are already suppressed? The white tiger nodded. Then it suddenly heard another meaning in Lin Tian's words and asked, You mean you're not affected at all now? No. Lin Tian frowned. He knew that the forbidden zone of the forbidden zone suppressed everything. After entering, one's cultivation and Tao would be greatly weakened. However, he was not affected at all since entering the forbidden zone of the forbidden zone. His combat strength was still in its normal state. The operation of his saint power and divine Tao laws were all at the peak level. Originally, he thought that it was because he had not entered the forbidden zone of the forbidden zone. The suppression of the strength of the cultivators who entered the forbidden zone recorded in ancient books had not begun, so he did not care. However, he did not expect that the white tiger and little Taichu were suppressed from the beginning. This surprised him. He moved his mind. Saint power flowed out of his body, and divine Tao laws also intertwined, shining brilliantly around his body. Is it really not affected at all? Lord Tiger and the little guy's combat strength has been suppressed from the Saint King level to the quasi-saint level. They can't use divine Tao laws and divine sense. You actually, seeing that Lin Tian's saint power and divine Tao laws were released smoothly and freely, the white tiger could not help but widen its eyes. Its face was full of disbelief. Lin Tian was really not affected at all. Even the little Taichu was surprised. Like the white tiger, it widened its eyes. Could it be that your Tao foundation is so strong that the forbidden zone of the forbidden zone of the forbidden zone can't suppress you? The white tiger was surprised and puzzled. Lin Tian shook his head and paused. Let's continue to the central area and check it out. He said so, and then called the white tiger and little Taichu to be on guard against the surroundings. They continued to walk forward with doubts. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. The man and the 2 beasts had walked very far again, covering a distance of several thousand feet. When they reached this place, the white tiger and little Taichu were suppressed even more severely. Their combat strength was only at the level of a true immortal. In the air, they could already feel the existence of a kind of invisible strange force. It was like a kind of strange origin force that could suppress and seal everything. However, Lin Tian was still not affected. His saint power circulated freely, and his divine Tao laws flowed smoothly. His combat strength was still at the peak level. When they reached this place, Lin Tian gradually sensed the reason why he was not suppressed even though he was in this place. Chapter 2106. This, Lin Tian was moved. The nameless Tao's protection had actually completely isolated him from the suppression of the Forbidden Zone. He explained this matter simply to the white tiger and the little Taichu, causing both of them to be moved. This is amazing. The white tiger stared. The Forbidden Zone of the Forbidden Zone was the #1 Forbidden Zone in the void celestial realm. Its infamy spread far and wide. Even sky-reaching realm experts would be greatly affected by it. Their cultivation base and combat strength would be suppressed, and they would be unable to use their Tao power. However, Lin Tian's nameless Tao had actually completely protected Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian to not be affected in the slightest. This was truly a little shocking. If this matter were to spread, although it would not be as earth-shattering as Lin Tian's reincarnation physique, it would still be enough to make many people's jaws drop. Although I don't understand how your Tao can do such a thing, this is a good sign. It could not help but feel excited and relax a little. Lin Tian was not affected in the Forbidden Zone. He always maintained the combat strength of a 9th-tier Saint King, and could easily kill ordinary Saint Venerables. This was definitely a great thing for them. Yeah, the little Taichu raised a small paw, and its big eyes curved, as if it was agreeing with the white tiger's words at this time. Lin Tian could not help but smile, and could not help but relax a little. This was indeed a great thing. Let's go. He called out to the white tiger and the little Taichu, and stepped forward, continuing to walk towards the center of the Forbidden Zone. As they moved forward, the gray fog that lingered in the air within the Forbidden Zone became thicker and thicker, and the aura became colder. It was as if they were walking in a bottomless snow abyss, and the formless and strange force became even more shocking. After walking for more than 10,000 feet, the battle strength of the white tiger and the little Taichu was suppressed to the level of a celestial master. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was still completely unaffected. Kid, in the future, you have to spend more time to comprehend that nameless Tao of yours. When you figure out what kind of Tao it is on your own. Grandpa, who thinks that you will be able to unleash a power that is even more terrifying than order. The white tiger said. It felt that Lin Tian's nameless path was truly extraordinary. Although it had yet to display its terrifying battle prowess, it seemed to possess endless possibilities. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, he had already thought about it. He would spend more time to comprehend the nameless Tao and figure out what kind of Tao it was as soon as possible. However, this level of difficulty was also very high. He was very clear about this. Thinking of this, he paused for a moment. Then he called out to the white tiger and little Taichu and continued to head inside. Very soon, they walked for another 1,000 feet. Some skeletons appeared in front of them. Their blood and water essence had been completely sucked dry. There were still faint traces of light interweaving on the withered corpses. It seems like they were all Dominator-level powerhouses when they were alive. The white tiger was moved. It seems like they were attacked to death by some wild beast. The skeletons here were all badly damaged. The wounds on their bodies could be distinguished. Some were caused by sharp claws, while others were left behind by teeth marks. Those teeth marks and claw marks were obviously not left behind by humans. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, he had also noticed this point. Boom! Suddenly, the ground here shook and a huge fissure broke open. An exotic beast covered in black first stepped out. It was about 10 feet tall and had a lion-like shape. There was a single horn on its head, and its blood-red eyes were filled with hostility. When this exotic beast rushed out, the first thing it did was open its mouth and roar. Its voice was ear-piercing, and it shook out gusts of hurricanes. Moreover, after this, more exotic beasts like this stepped out from the ground. They were of the same race, but their sizes were different. In the blink of an eye, over 100 of them rushed out. They're all comparable to quasi-saints. The white tiger couldn't tell what kind of exotic beasts these were. There were no records of such exotic beasts in the ancient books at all. However, He could feel that their strength was comparable to that of ordinary quasi-saint level cultivators. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the sharp teeth and claws of these exotic beasts, then looked at the pile of withered and damaged corpses on the ground, and said, "These people seem to have died to these exotic beasts. Their blood essence and life essence were sucked away." The teeth and claw marks on those corpses were a complete match with the teeth and claws of these exotic beasts. How can this be? These exotic beasts are clearly only comparable to quasi-saints. How can they kill Dominator-level powerhouses? The white tiger frowned. However, it reacted in the next moment. That's right. Everything is suppressed here. Even if a Dominator came here from the outer regions, they would probably only have the strength of a god emperor. Hence, they wouldn't be able to stop these beasts. Lin Tian nodded. That's right. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the hundreds of exotic beasts that stepped out from the ground moved. All of them pounced toward them. Scarlet light intertwined in their eyes, as if ferocious beasts that had been hungry for 10,000 years had found delicious prey at this moment. The white tiger flashed behind Lin Tian in a flash. "We're counting on you, kid." Yeah. The little Taichu also flashed behind Lin Tian. With their normal battle strength, they didn't need to care about these exotic beasts at all. However, their battle strength had been suppressed to the level of a heavenly venerable now, so they naturally couldn't stop these quasi-saint exotic beasts. They could only rely on Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. Without any unnecessary movements, he flicked his finger lightly, and a large expanse of golden sword light instantly shot out. Pooh, piu, piu. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of exotic beasts all turned into a bloody mist. He had the nameless Taoist law to protect him, so he wasn't affected at all. His battle strength was always at its peak. He could even kill ordinary saint venerables, let alone a group of quasi-saint exotic beasts. He paused in place, then called the white tiger and the little Taichu to continue toward the center of the forbidden zone. The new sword soul fragment was in that area. As they got closer and closer to the center, the air became colder and even a little oppressive and heavy. After an hour, they crossed a distance of 10,000 feet again. The white tiger and the little Taichu's battle strength had been suppressed to the level of a nirvana. From the Saint King level to the nirvana level, this forbidden zone can simply suppress a cultivator to the level of a mortal. The white tiger couldn't help but sigh. Yeah. The little Taichu also muttered. Being suppressed by the invisible strange force was really a very uncomfortable thing. Lin Tian didn't have much of a reaction. His battle strength was still at its peak and wasn't affected at all. He and the white tiger and the little Taichu continued to move forward. The gray mist in the air became thicker. Suddenly, a huge halo appeared in front of them, directly attracting his attention. He led the white tiger and the little Taichu directly toward it. Soon, he led the white tiger and the little Taichu to the front. In front of them was a stretch of black sand, with many corpses scattered nearby. A small part of a sparkling and translucent jade the size of a wash basin was buried by the black gauze, shining brightly. Ancestral Dragon Saliva! Chapter 2107. Legend had it that the ancestral dragon's saliva was condensed from the essence of the ancestral dragon vein after some special reasons. The more ancestral dragon's saliva was condensed from the ancestral dragon's vein of a supermassive world, the more valuable and extraordinary it was. The ancestral dragon's saliva of the heaven of nihility world is undoubtedly condensed from the essence of the ancestral dragon's vein of the heaven of nihility world. It's absolutely extraordinary. The white tiger's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's eyes also shone brightly. The ancestral dragon's saliva formed from the ancestral dragon's vein of a supermassive world like the heaven of nihility world was absolutely an amazing treasure of heaven and earth. At the same time, he thought of another aspect. Back then, the ancestral dragon's vein of the heaven of nihility world had indeed passed through the suppression path forbidden zone. Not only did it imprint the image of the sword soul fragment in the central area of the suppression path forbidden zone, but it also condensed the ancestral dragon's saliva. He looked at the ancestral dragon's saliva in front of him and paused. He waved his hand and took it. As soon as the ancestral dragon's saliva entered his hand, he suddenly felt comfortable all over. "It's indeed extraordinary," he could not help but exclaim. Although the ancestral dragon's saliva was only the size of a wash basin, its value was extremely shocking. Then he shook his palm slightly and split the ancestral dragon's saliva into 3 portions. He gave 2 portions to the white tiger and the little Taichu. After refining the ancestral dragon's saliva, their cultivation base would increase by another level. Moreover, the ancestral dragon's saliva not only increased cultivation, but also refined the flesh, bones, and divine path. It had many effects. Don't give it to us first. Even if you give it to us now, we can't refine it now. Our strength is suppressed, and we can't refine it. The white tiger looked at the ancestral dragon's saliva that Lin Tian handed over. His eyes were bright, but he did not accept it. He said, "If you refine it alone, your cultivation will reach the level of a holy master, and your physical body will become stronger. This is necessary for us to continue exploring the suppression path, forbidden zone. After all, we can only rely on you now." "Yeah, stupid tiger is right," little Taichu said in a childish voice. Like a white tiger, it asked Lin Tianyi to refine the complete ancestral dragon saliva. Currently, they were in the Tao suppression forbidden region, and their strength had been suppressed to the nirvana stage. They no longer had the ability to refine a sacred object like the ancestral dragon saliva. At the same time, the Tao suppression forbidden region was extremely dangerous, and it would definitely continue to suppress their strength. Even if they could refine the ancestral dragon saliva now, it would not be of any use at the moment. However, it was different for Lin Tian. Lin Tian was completely unaffected by the forbidden zone. As long as he improved his strength with the ancestral dragon's saliva, he would have a stronger ability to deal with various dangers later on. At present, it was the best choice for Lin Tian to completely refine the ancestral dragon's saliva. Hearing this, Lin Tian thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll keep the heaven and earth treasures for you later." At this time, he did not argue because the white tiger's words were indeed very reasonable. "Let's find a relatively safe place," he said, and beckoned the white tiger and little Taichu to leave this place and continue forward. This place was covered in black sand. Although he could not sense any danger when he scanned the surroundings with his 9th heaven Saint Ruler consciousness, he still chose to leave this place and go to other places to refine the ancestral dragon's saliva. This was because, although he could not sense any danger in this place, there was a large pile of corpses. These people should be experts who had entered this place before. Their cultivation was at least at the Dominator realm. No matter how you looked at it, it was enough to show that this place was not safe and there were dangerous factors that he could not sense. Immediately, they left this place and soon arrived at a low mountain. There were no plants on the low mountain. Lin Tian dug a cave and then set up several ceiling formations around it to prevent the aura from leaking out. Then he sat down in the cave. Sitting down with his legs crossed, he and the white tiger and little Taichu had a simple conversation. Immediately, he circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to refine the ancestral dragon's saliva. The ancestral dragon's saliva contained endless ancestral dragon's essence and shards of divine way. As he refined it, the essence and shards of divine way surged into his body one after another, increasing his cultivation while strengthening his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. At the same time, his saint domain propped itself up and grew as he refined the ancestral dragon's saliva. The mountains, rivers, and plants inside became more and more extraordinary. Obviously, he could sense these changes, but he seemed very calm. He kept himself calm and focused on refining the ancestral dragon's saliva to cultivate. As a result, the saint light around him gradually became denser. His vitality rose at an extremely fast rate. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. 6 hours later, the ancestral dragon's saliva was completely refined. The saint light around Lin Tian was several dozen times denser than before. His vitality was also several dozen times stronger. The growth of his saint domain was even more astonishing. In the next moment, his saint domain slowly sank into his body. The saint light around him also disappeared into his body. Very good. He opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared. After refining the ancestral dragon's saliva, his physical body had become many times stronger. His saint domain had become even more frightening. His essence, chi, and spirit had become denser. His cultivation had also improved greatly. Although he was still below the heavenly sovereign realm, he deliberately didn't enter the next realm at this time. After that, as long as he wanted to, he could step into the saint venerable realm at any time. How is it? Seeing that he had stopped cultivating, the white tiger and little Taichu approached him. The white tiger asked, "I can step into the saint venerable realm at any time." Lin Tian smiled and stood up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's find a place to undergo the tribulation." The white tiger was pleasantly surprised. After you pass the saint venerable tribulation, your strength will have a qualitative leap. It will be easier for you to travel in the forbidden zone of suppressing path. Lin Tian nodded. He thought so too. He immediately left the cave with the white tiger and little Taichu to prepare for the tribulation. Now that he was in the forbidden zone of suppressing path, there was no need for him to find a place to undergo the tribulation. It was spacious enough nearby, and he did not have to worry about implicating innocent creatures. Boom! Suddenly, the saint energy in the forbidden zone vibrated. The gray smoke in the forbidden zone was blown away, and 9 figures stepped in. Lin Tian raised his head and looked over. His eyes immediately narrowed as he recognized these 9 people. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu were also shocked. Lord Mueo, Lord Lu Wu, Lord Yulin, Lord Donghuan, Lord Mulei, Lord Di, Lord Fengpu, Lord Xianping, and Lord Wu Luwen. These 9 old things. The white tiger's expression changed. He did not expect that the 9 heavenly masters of the celestial court, who had gone to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, would appear in this place at this time. 9 air-piercing sounds were heard. Lord Mueo and the other 9 people came to Lin Tian's group a few dozen feet away. Reincarnation body, found you! Chapter 2108. Lin Tian looked at the 9 of them. Naturally, he could still recognize them. Back then, these people had tried to seize his reincarnation source. If an old drunkard had not arrived in time, he would have died in their hands. Your noses are really sensitive. You actually chased me all the way here. Why? Do you want to attack me? He narrowed his eyes and asked deliberately. He used his consciousness to sense them. Although the 9 of them were all terrifying experts of the divine master level, they were suppressed after entering the forbidden zone. At this time, their essence, chi, and spirit were at most comparable to 7th Heaven Saint Venerables. Heaven Lord Lu Wu's eyes were cold. Do you think that we came here specially to drink tea and discuss the Tao with you? As an existence of the divine master level, even if Lin Tian was the strongest reincarnation imperial physique, Heaven Lord Lu Wu would only treat him coldly. He would not speak to Lin Tian like this. The reason for this was because he had suffered a great loss at the hands of an old drunkard back then. His heart was filled with endless coldness towards an old drunkard. This coldness naturally fell on Lin Tian now. You really want to attack me? Lin Tian smiled. Aren't you afraid that my master will suddenly appear and kill all of you? The Forbidden Zone isolates everything. No one can sense the situation inside from the outside world, unless they are a sovereign personage. Heaven Lord Lu Wu said. His meaning was very clear. If they attacked here, they were not afraid of an old drunkard discovering them at all. Lin Tian naturally understood what this person meant. He still had a smile on his face. Do you think that you can do whatever you want and suppress me just because my master can't sense this forbidden zone from the outside world? He asked the white tiger and little Taichu to stay further away from this place. Then he took the initiative to step forward, walking towards Heaven Lord Lu Wu and the others. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the ending will not be as good as you think. He walked towards the 9 of them and continued. Actually, even though I'm not sure why all of you know that I've entered this Dao suppression restricted region, to be honest, I'm rather happy right now because I can personally kill all of you. When Heavenly Master Lu Wu and the others saw that Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to approach them and listen to his words, their eyes turned cold. A mere Saint King Realm Jr. actually dared to face 9 Heavenly Masters of transcending Heaven Realm in such a manner? You slaughter us? And you really dare to say that? Heavenly Lord Mu Ao said coldly. Your combat strength is not suppressed, and you are still at the Saint King realm. This may be related to your physique. However, with your Saint King realm combat strength, you are not worth mentioning when facing us who are suppressed. You are still a lowly ant, and... Boom! All of a sudden, a thunderbolt exploded in the sky, interrupting Heavenly Master Mu Ao's next words. At this moment, Lin Tian walked towards the 9 Heavenly Masters and directly stepped into the Saint Venerable realm, triggering a Saint Venerable level heavenly punishment immediately. Rumble. In the sky above, a huge lightning vortex appeared immediately. Tribulation lightning rolled within it, and blood-red lightning bolts flashed one after another. A destructive aura blanketed the sky and earth, sweeping up waves of terrifying hurricanes. Saint Venerable level heavenly punishment. Ha! There's going to be a show. The white tiger and little Taichu had already retreated far away at this time. They could not help but sneer as they watched from afar. Rumble. The roar of thunder became even louder and more piercing. Blood-red lightning bolts interweaved in the dark thunderclouds, like angry blood-red dragons that were about to destroy everything. This is... Heavenly Master Mu Ao, who had a cold expression just now, immediately changed his expression. At the same time, Heavenly Master Lu Wu and the other 7 Heavenly Masters were also shocked, and all of them turned pale. Saint Venerable level heavenly punishment. You have stepped into the Saint Venerable realm. Heavenly Master Dong Huan was shocked and furious. It was no secret in the heaven world that Lin Tian, a reincarnated body, could still trigger a heavenly tribulation after reaching the immortal ascension realm. Heavenly Master Dong Huan and the others naturally knew. At this moment, their expressions turned ugly as they looked at the rolling heavenly punishment in the sky. At this moment, they could feel the power contained within the heavenly punishment. Even a peak 9th heaven Saint Venerable might not be able to withstand it. To them, whose battle strength had been suppressed to the 7th heaven Saint Venerable realm at most, this was a complete disaster. They were directly enveloped in the torrent of destruction, and a chill ran down their spines. Treacherous ant! Retreat! The 9 Heavenly Masters' expressions were cold. They were not ordinary people, and they acted decisively. When they judged that it was very dangerous for them to be in the range of the heavenly punishment and that it was very difficult for them to withstand it, they immediately chose to retreat, directly stepping out of the forbidden zone. At the same time, they finally understood why Lin Tian dared to face the 9 of them in such a manner. Aren't you here to suppress me? Why are you running? Lin Tianlong smiled. He took a step forward and directly pressed towards the 9 of them. Come, come, come. This is a rare opportunity. Let's undergo the tribulation together. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble. The first round of heavenly punishment directly struck down with a terrifying aura of destruction. The first round of heavenly punishment struck down, moving with him as he underwent the tribulation. When he arrived before Heavenly Master Dong Huan and the others, the first round of heavenly punishment just happened to press down on him, drowning him and the 9 Heavenly Masters together. With a rumble, the surrounding space cracked inch by inch. As soon as the chaotic streams of space leaked out, they were directly annihilated. Then, with a few bangs, the Eastern Fantasy, Heavenly Master, and the others were all sent flying. Blood spurted out from their wounds, and dense cracks appeared on their bodies. Lin Tian stood where he was. With the reincarnation forging soul technique and lightning way protecting him, the first round of heavenly punishment did not harm him at all. You're actually so weak as to be struck by Heavenly Master Dong Huan. He looked at the blood-stained Heavenly Master Dong Huan and the others who were sent flying, and said indifferently, mixed with undisguised mockery, Heavenly Master Dong Huan, Heavenly Master Luo, and the others steadied themselves and looked at Lin Tian. They were all shocked and angry. They never would have thought that not only was Lin Tian not affected or suppressed in this forbidden zone, but his cultivation had also reached the level of a heavenly master. At this time he actually began to undergo the tribulation and suppress them together with the heavenly punishment. The 9 of them gritted their teeth and retreated again. They headed outside, wanting to escape the range of this heavenly master tribulation. This was because, with their current combat strength suppressed, it was too dangerous to stay in this place. Lin Tian looked at the 9 of them, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He took a step forward and immediately activated the 5 heavenly lightning shock art. Rumble. As he activated the 5 heavenly lightning shock art, black lightning appeared one after another, directly drowning the 9 of them. Because he was using the 5 heavenly lightning shock art, the ordinary blood-red lightning in the sky was drawn down. Together with the black lightning, he and the 9 heavenly masters were once again drowned in it. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. The 9 heavenly masters were sent flying again, their bodies all shattered. Chapter 2109. Blood floated in the air little by little. The 9 heavenly reaching heaven masters stabilized themselves, each of them wearing a look of shock and anger. You don't seem to be in a good condition. Lin Tianling smiled. He channeled the 5 thunders heaven-shaking technique, and black lightning revolved around him as he strode toward the 9. Hearing his words and seeing his attitude, the 9 heaven masters were both shocked and furious, but at the same time, all of them had chilling expressions. They were Empyrean lords of the celestial court, but now a cultivator who had just become a heavenly venerate was facing them in such a manner. "Aunt, don't get too cocky." Heaven Lord L.V. Wu stared at Lin Tianling and said coldly. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent that was as oppressive as a sharp blade. Lin Tianling tilted his head and looked at the person. With a simple step, he instantly appeared before the person and threw a punch. Boom! He did not hold back with this punch. He had used the reincarnation forging spiritual technique to multiply his battle prowess by tenfold and push the chaotic emperor's fist to the limit. Heaven Lord L.V. Wu roared and summoned a large expanse of divine radiance. He used a powerful ability to meet the punch. However, it was useless. At this moment, whether it was battle prowess or physical toughness, he was only comparable to a 7th heavenly layer Saint Venerate. The divine radiance and techniques he summoned were shattered in the blink of an eye. Then, Lin Tian's fist did not slow down at all. It directly landed on his chest, piercing through his chest. Then, a powerful force spread out, shattering his body with a poof. Only his soul was left behind. Lin Tianling smiled and stared at the soul. He did not give the other party any time to breathe and directly pressed forward. Heaven Lord L.V. Wu trembled and quickly retreated. At the same time, Heaven Lord Muao and the other 8 experts acted. They all used powerful techniques to attack Lin Tianling, preventing Lin Tianling from attacking Heaven Lord L.V. Wu's soul. Lin Tianling glanced at the 8 of them. He did not care about their attacks at all. He did not defend at all and continued to press down on Heaven Lord L.V. Wu's soul. Dong! It was also at this moment that a rumbling sound rang out and the sky trembled violently. The second round of lightning punishment appeared, and it came crashing down with a bang. Lin Tian was submerged in the lightning tribulation. At the same time, Lin Tian was also submerged in the divine technique that Mu Ao had used to attack Lin Tian. It forcefully destroyed the divine technique that the 8 people had used to suppress Lin Tian. However, it did not injure Lin Tian at all. This was because Lin Tian had activated the Taiji divine domain to protect himself, blocking off the second round of lightning tribulation. Then, in the next moment, he stepped in front of Heavenly Lord L.V. Wu's spiritual body, and the 4 symbols Seal Divine are directly propped up. An aura that could annihilate and seal all things circulated, causing Lord Lu Wu's soul to tremble violently. He couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression as he cried out, "Stop!" Lin Tianling laughed. How could he possibly stop? Goodbye. As he spat out these 2 words, the 4 symbols seal came crashing down mercilessly, landing directly on the other party's spirit. No. A cry of shock and fury rang out at the same time. Then it disappeared in the next moment. Under the 4 symbols seal, Heavenly Lord Lu Wu's spiritual body had been annihilated. For a moment, Mu Ao, Dong Huan, and the others couldn't help but tremble. The 9 of them had come together to suppress Lin Tian, but now one of them had been killed by Lin Tian Sha. Heavenly Lord Lu Wu, who wasn't any weaker than them, had been killed by Lin Tian so easily in this place. And Connecting Heaven Expert has really been killed. In the distance, outside the range of the heavenly tribulation, the white tiger couldn't help but tremble. Even though he knew that Lin Tian could kill Heavenly Lord Lu Wu because Heavenly Lord Lu Wu was suppressed by the Forbidden Zone and could only use the strength of a 7th heavenly layer Saint Venerable at most, he still couldn't help but shudder. After all, the Heavenly Lord Lu Wu, who was beheaded, was an Empyrean transcendence powerhouse. The little Taichu waved its little paw at the center of the heavenly tribulation, as if it was cheering for Lin Tian for killing Heavenly Lord Lu Wu. At almost the same time, another voice suddenly rang out. "Oh my, not bad, not bad. You've killed an Connecting Heaven Expert." Just like that. Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved when he heard the voice. It sounded very familiar, so he directly looked towards the source of the voice. An old man in Taoist robes had appeared in front of him at some point. He squatted on a large black rock and looked over. It was the old Taoist Wuliang. The white tiger and the little Taichu naturally saw the old Taoist Wuliang as well, and they couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are you here?" Lin Tian asked. At the same time, a bright light flashed in his eyes. When he looked at the old Taoist Wuliang, he could clearly feel that the old Taoist Wuliang's spiritual energy didn't seem to be suppressed at all. It was the same as when he felt the old Taoist Wuliang's spiritual energy fluctuation in the underground space of the Nirvana wilderness. It didn't seem to have weakened at all. "I had nothing to do, so I came for a stroll." "You continue. I'll watch the show for a while." The old Taoist Wuliang sat down on the large rock and chuckled. It's rare for a sacred venerable cultivator to trigger the lightning punishment to kill a Connecting Heaven Expert. Lin Tian looked at the old Taoist Wuliang and paused. He didn't say anything to the old Taoist Wuliang for the time being. He retracted his gaze and looked at Heavenly Lord Mu Ao and the others again. At this time, the destructive heavenly tribulation was still raging above his head. He should indeed get rid of the 8 heavenly lords first. Boom! He vibrated his saint energy and activated the 5 heavenly lightning skill. Black thunderbolts surrounded his body as he strode towards Heavenly Lord Mu Ao and the others. Heavenly Lord Mu Ao and the others naturally noticed the old Taoist Wuliang at this time. However, they didn't pay much attention to the old Taoist Wuliang at this time because Lin Tian was attacking them. The current situation was very bad for them. The 8 of them roared and activated all of their combat strength. They charged towards Lin Tian at the same time. For a moment, the 8 of them were fighting against Lin Tian. The lightning punishment force and different saint energy intertwined and shattered the void. In the distance, the old Taoist Wuliang sat on a large black rock and looked at Lin Tian leisurely attacking heavenly Lord Muao and the others. However, his eyes gradually became more and more profound. He's completely unaffected by the universe's origin energy in this space. This kid is a freak. He stared at Lin Tian and whispered softly. Then he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but shiver. Speaking of which, this kid's wife is a little scary. In a few tens of thousands of years, she'll probably reach the height of the human king back then. This is really... Previously, Wu Yi attacked in the Nirvana wasteland and killed dozens of connecting heaven experts in the blink of an eye. She even forced the ancient ancestor of the celestial court to flee. This news was spread by spiritual imprinting. Now, everyone in the heaven realm's cultivation world knew about it. Chapter 2110. Lin Tian was very strong and extraordinary. He had the strongest reincarnation imperial physique. Ruoxian was young, but she had mastered the legendary time law and time order. Wu Yi was even more so. It was hard to find words to describe how strong and terrifying she was. Thinking of these three people, the old Taoist could not help but roll his eyes. He was so shocked by Lin Tian and his family's prodigies that the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Boom! Saint power and lightning intertwined, rumbling. Lin Tian faced Lord Muao and the others at the same time. His expression was calm. Now he did not feel the slightest bit of strain fighting 8 people at the same time. This was because, although the 8 of them were all transcending heaven existences, they were suppressed by the path suppression forbidden zone and could only display the strength of a 7th heaven Saint Venerable. Under such circumstances, he who was using the reincarnation forging spirit technique was not afraid of the combined attacks of these 8 people at all. He stepped forward, using the Taiji godly domain to protect his body. The primal chaos emperor fist blasted out. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying fist aura surged out. Dong! With a muffled sound, his fist aura surged out and shattered all the holy brilliance divine arts that Lord Muao and the others had used. In the next moment, he appeared beside Lord Muao. Without any superfluous movements, he still pressed down with his fist. Moreover, almost at the same time, the 3rd round of the main lightning punishment fell, drowning him and Lord Muao together. Boom! A shocking explosion immediately sounded. Under Lin Tian's fist aura and the destructive lightning punishment, Lord Muao was immediately shattered. Lin Tian used the Taiji godly domain to protect his body and the reincarnation forging spirit technique to increase his battle strength by 10 times. The 3rd round of the main lightning punishment did not hurt him at all. He stepped forward again at an extremely fast speed. He used the Ling Tian sword scripture to interfere with the other 7 lords. He appeared in front of Lord Muao's spiritual soul and used the 4-symbol seal. With the aura of annihilation and sealing, he directly enveloped his opponent. Heaven Lord Muao's divine soul was already very weak. At this time, facing the 4-symbol seal that Lin Tian had unleashed with all his strength, it was simply impossible for him to resist. Just like Heaven Lord Lu Wu, after struggling for a moment, he was crushed by the 4-symbol seal. The 9 lords came together. At this time, there were only 7 people left. Their expressions became even more ugly. Damn it! The 7 of them were furious. The 9 of them had come here to suppress Lin Tian, but they did not expect that the situation would turn out like this. At this time, the rolling thunder punishment surged in the sky. The destructive aura continued to press down, causing them to involuntarily feel a chill down their backs. Originally, a heavenly punishment of this level would not be able to threaten them. However, their strength was greatly suppressed within this Tao suppression forbidden region. Now, this Saint Venerate level lightning punishment was a fatal threat to them. They felt that they could be destroyed at any time under this lightning punishment. Indeed, all of you deserve to die. Lin Tian said coldly. He stood under the lightning punishment, surrounded by black lightning. Like the god of thunder, he walked towards the 7 people. The Tai Chi divine domain protected his body. The Chaos Emperor's fists, the Heavenly Sword Manual, the seal of the 4 symbols, and other divine arts were also displayed one after another, causing the entire space to be completely enveloped within his killing aura. He launched an indiscriminate attack towards the Eastern Fantasy, Heavenly Lord, and the others. Boom! 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 He clashed with the Eastern Fantasy, Heavenly Lord, and the others. Saint energy surged, wantonly surging in this space. At the same time, the Heavenly Lord of the East Illusion, Heavenly Lord, and the others were also enveloped by the Heavenly Lord of the East Illusion, Heavenly Lord, and the others. As the one undergoing the tribulation, the Heavenly Lord of the East Illusion, Heavenly Lord, and the others were firmly tied to his side. Poof! After a few dozen breaths, blood splattered everywhere. The Ling Tian sword intent formed in his hand was a supreme technique of the Ling Tian sword manual. It pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the Heavenly Master of Yulin, Heavenly Master, one of the 7 people. Of the 9 Heavenly Lords, only 6 were left. Their expressions became even more unpleasant, and there was even fear and horror in their eyes. They were originally very strong, but now they were suppressed within the Tao Suppression Forbidden Region. They were far from being able to display their peak strength. They could not stop Lin Tian, who was unaffected by the Tao Suppression Forbidden Region at all. You killed 3 Heavenly Lords of the Celestial Court. Do you want to become an enemy of the Celestial Court? Heavenly Lord Mu Lei said coldly. Lin Tian was stunned when he heard that. Then he couldn't help but mock. You want to suppress me and take my origin, but now you're saying such things. Have you become an idiot because of your fear of death? Heavenly Lord Mu Lei's expression became even more unpleasant. He had really forgotten that they were the ones who wanted to deal with Lin Tian first. Lin Tian looked at this person and smiled in disdain. Then he took a step forward and immediately cast all kinds of divine techniques. Facing this person, at this moment he used more than 10 killing divine abilities in an extremely short period of time. Heavenly Lord Mu Lei trembled slightly and resisted with all his might. However, in the current situation, it was impossible for him to stop Lin Tian at all. Poof! In the blink of an eye, blood splattered. Lin Tian used all kinds of techniques and blasted this person into pieces. Then, in the next moment, he directly shrouded this person's divine soul with the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and crushed it. Although it's said that he's not affected by this forbidden zone, he's only just reached the sacred venerate level. Yet, he can kill these sky-level sacred venerates who have been suppressed to the 7th heaven of the sacred venerate level, like cutting vegetables. He really has the strongest physique in this world. In the distance, the old Taoist priest clicked his tongue. On the other side, the white tiger and the little Taichu looked at the center of the heavenly tribulation from afar and couldn't help but be shocked again. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian actually killed 4 sky-level powerhouses. Even though the 9 of them were suppressed, it was still terrifying enough. However, they soon regained their composure. The white tiger howled, "Kid, continue, kill them all!" Boom! In this place, thunder rumbled in the sky, and sky-level lightning punishment continuously struck down. Destructive and oppressive auras were intertwined in every corner of this space. Lin Tian looked at the remaining Heavenly Lord East Fantasy, Heavenly Lord Di, Heavenly Lord Feng Pu, Heavenly Lord Xianping, and Heavenly Lord Wu Luan, and didn't care at all. While resisting the sky-level lightning punishment, he took a step forward to attack the 5 of them, keeping them by his side and enduring the sky-level lightning punishment with him. With his reincarnation physique and the reincarnation forging divine art, his combat power was multiplied tenfold. Even though he had just reached the sacred venerate level, it was enough for him to reign supreme in this large domain. Heavenly Lord D, Heavenly Lord East Fantasy, and the others who had been suppressed to the seventh heaven of the sacred venerate level were no threat to him at all. Clang! He brandished one of the core sword techniques of the Heavenly Tower sword scripture. Under the pressure of the ninth lightning tribulation, it pierced straight through the Heavenly Lord of the East illusion, shattering his physical body in one fell swoop. Then, the Heavenly Lord of the East illusion was also destroyed. There are still 4 of you left. Let's see how long you can last. Chapter 2111. The golden sword rain was sharp and oppressive. Every sword light seemed to be mixed with an aura that could destroy everything. Heavenly Master D, Heavenly Master Feng Pu, Heavenly Master Xianping, and Heavenly Master Wu Luan all shuddered. Their expressions were extremely ugly. However, their strongest combat power was not enough to deal with Lin Tian. Puff! 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 Blood splattered. The 4 of them were all pierced through by Lin Tian's golden sword light in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered across the void. Lin Tian took a step forward and arrived in front of Heaven, Lord Wulun. The reincarnation diagram pressed down in a straight line. Die. He spat out such an indifferent word. In the next instant, the reincarnation diagram engulfed Heaven Master Wulun. His physical body was pulverized with a puff, and his spirit was immediately shattered. Of the 9 heavenly lords of the celestial court, only the last 3 were left. Their expressions were extremely ugly. However, even so, they did not have any special methods to deal with Lin Tian. They also knew that Lin Tian would not let them go. They could only roar in anger and push their saint energy to the limit. Boom! Saint energy roared. The 3 of them worked together and bombarded Lin Tian with all kinds of divine powers and secret techniques. Now either they killed Lin Tian or Lin Tiansha killed them. There were only 2 endings. They began to fight with all their might. Their saint energy surged violently. Lin Tianling smiled. He did not dodge and continued to attack the 3 of them head-on. All kinds of divine powers and secret techniques fell mercilessly. At the same time, the firmament roared. A new heavenly thunder punishment fell and enveloped him, Feng Pu, and the other 2. The surrounding space immediately collapsed, and large cracks appeared on the ground. Puff! Lin Tian took advantage of a gap. Using the Tai Chi divine territory to protect his body, he swung the Chaos Emperor fist and shattered Feng Pu. Immediately afterwards, the King's Territory reincarnation diagram rose again and enveloped the person's soul. Heaven Master Feng Pu's soul shuddered, and he couldn't help but shout, "Reincarnation Avatar, stop! Chi!" The reincarnation diagram pressed down, interrupting the other party's next words. It crushed his spirit and directly destroyed his body and spirit. Only 2 left. In the distance, the white tiger stared at this place with shock in its eyes. At the same time, it couldn't help but feel excited. Back then, when these heaven lords had tried to seize Lin Tian's samsara origin, they had been so domineering that Lin Tian simply couldn't stop them. But now, the wheel of fortune had turned. These heaven lords had come again, and in the blink of an eye, 7 of them had been killed by Lin Tian. It couldn't help but feel refreshed and vindicated. Rumble! Above the firmament, thunder rumbled. The blood-red lightning became denser than before, and the aura of destruction became denser. As of now, this wholly exalted level lightning punishment had already struck down a total of 11 rounds of lightning punishments. At this moment, the 12th round of lightning punishment began to brew. Then, in the next instant, a boundless lightning river appeared, vast and boundless. As the boundless lightning river appeared, Heaven Lord Di and Heaven Lord Xianping couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. This round of the main lightning punishment made them feel the threat of death at the same time. Dodge! Heaven Lord Di Yi gritted his teeth and immediately distanced himself from Lin Tian with Heaven Lord Xianping. As long as they kept a distance from Lin Tian, they wouldn't have to worry about being affected by the main lightning punishment. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and sneered. Trying to avoid me? Dream on. He took a step forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he stopped the two of them at the same time. He used the Heaven Domination Sword Scripture to firmly pin the two of them to his side, making it difficult for them to leave the 3-foot radius around him. Get lost! Heaven Lord Di Yi shouted angrily. At this moment, the terrifying 12th round of the main lightning punishment was rumbling in the sky. It was about to descend, but Lin Tian had firmly pinned them to his side. This was very dangerous for them. Lin Tianling smiled and didn't reply. He attacked the two of them with even more strength, causing them to tremble. With his current strength, he could suppress the two of them. At this moment, it was impossible for the two of them to break free from his restraint. The two of them didn't have the ability to break free from his attacks. In the next moment, another rumble sounded. The 12th round of the main lightning punishment suddenly descended, enveloping him, Heaven Lord Di and Heaven Lord Xianping. Uft! Uft! This round of the main lightning punishment was extremely terrifying. Its destructive power was terrifying. It smashed Heaven Lord Di and Heaven Lord Xianping into pieces. Only their spiritual souls weren't destroyed and were preserved. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Their spiritual bodies and soul power shook as they quickly reformed their physical bodies. Don't waste your energy to reform your physical bodies. Anyway, you're going to die soon. Lin Tian's voice sounded. He was still intact under the 12th round of the main lightning punishment. With the help of the reincarnation forging spiritual technique, Tai Chi Divine Domain, Thunder Divine Tao, and Nature Divine Tao, the 12th round of the main lightning punishment didn't hurt him at all. He stepped forward at this moment, and the sacred and majestic aura of the reincarnation diagram directly pressed down on the two of them. Stopped! In the blink of an eye, Heaven Lord Di was in trouble. His spiritual soul was instantly crushed under the reincarnation diagram. You go with him as well. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Heaven Lord Xianping's spiritual soul. The reincarnation diagram propped up and pressed down on their spiritual souls. Heaven Lord Xianping roared in anger and struggled wildly. However, he couldn't break free from Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory. Under the monarch's territory divine technique, the aura of his spiritual soul weakened rapidly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Heaven Lord Xianping roared with indignation and viciousness. The ancient ancestors of the celestial court will come out of seclusion soon. Reincarnation body, you will definitely die in the future. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent, and he didn't care about his words at all. In the future, I will destroy your celestial court. As soon as he finished speaking, the reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory vibrated and directly crushed his spiritual soul, causing it to completely disappear from this world. All of a sudden, the place became much quieter. They've all been killed so quickly. Impressive. Awesome. The white tiger couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yeah. The little Taichu waved its little paws, seemingly expressing the same meaning as the white tiger. The fact that the 9 heavenly transcendence powerhouses were all killed by Lin Tian so quickly made them feel surprised and comfortable. After all, these people had all gone to snatch Lin Tian's reincarnation origin back then. Back then, the 9 of them were so domineering, but now that they were killed by Lin Tian, they naturally felt exceptionally comfortable. Not bad. Really not bad. On the other side, the old Taoist priest narrowed his eyes. He was naturally a little surprised by Lin Tian's combat power. Chapter 2112. The destructive aura surged and spread to every corner of the space. Endless destructive lightning condensed into lightning stars. They weren't as big as real stars, but there were so many of them that it was difficult to count. Lin Tian didn't have any serious expression under such heavenly punishment. He seemed very calm. Clang! He raised his hand, and the reincarnation forging spiritual art increased his battle strength tenfold. He waved the heavenly sword scripture and slashed at the sky. The slash was sharp and majestic. It landed in the sky in the blink of an eye, shattering the stars in the sky. For an ordinary ninth heaven saint venerable cultivator, they would lose a layer of skin even if they don't die from such a heavenly punishment. This bread is good. He shattered it with a raise of his hand. The old Taoist clicked his tongue. Lin Tian had just reached the saint venerable level, but he already had such battle strength. It was really heaven-defying. Boom! Thunder rumbled and exploded again. After the 13th round of heavenly punishment, the 14th round of heavenly punishment appeared. It was a densely packed thunder palace, and every thunder palace seemed to contain a supreme existence of destruction. Come. Lin Tian looked at the heavenly punishment without any fear. As his words fell, the sky exploded with a boom. The 14th round of heavenly punishment immediately fell. Everywhere it passed, the void would be annihilated piece by piece. Then, after about 2 breaths of time, the 15th and 16th rounds of heavenly punishment appeared. The surging lightning became even more turbulent. The destructive aura became even more frightening. The entire place was shrouded in an oppressive aura. The sky became even darker, as if the end of the world had arrived. Lin Tian moved under the heavenly punishment. He used the Taiji divine domain and the reincarnation forging spiritual art to protect his body. The other divine techniques appeared one by one. He used all his techniques under the heavenly punishment, shattering the heavenly punishment one after another. He was unharmed. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled continuously as the heavenly punishment continued to fall. Lin Tian charged through the lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed, and the final round of lightning tribulation had been shattered by him. The destructive aura vanished, and the whirlpool of lightning in the sky dispersed, returning to its original brightness. Very good. He sensed his body and found that he had truly reached the peak of Saint Venerate, the first heaven of Saint Venerate. The Saint Chi in his body was endless, and his Tao force had become much denser. His battle prowess was far from what an ordinary first heaven Saint Venerate could compare to. No ordinary cultivator below the ruler realm could stop him. Buzz! 7-colored light flashed in the sky. 7-colored, auspicious clouds condensed. This was a gift after passing the heavenly tribulation. Immediately, a 7-colored divine light fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian naturally knew how extraordinary this 7-colored divine light was. It was the true power of heaven and earth. He immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and refined it. While he continued to strengthen his body, he also used it to temper his current cultivation. Soon, a quarter of an hour had passed. The rainbow auspicious clouds disappeared, and the rainbow divine radiance no longer surged into his body. His cultivation had completely stabilized and was incomparably condensed. His essence, chi, and spirit were even stronger than when he had just passed the heavenly tribulation. You finally reached the Saint Venerate level. The heavenly tribulation now really doesn't put any pressure on you. The white tiger flashed over. In the past, when Lin Tian passed the heavenly tribulation, it was almost incomparably difficult. However, with the reincarnation forging spirit technique, it was much easier. Together with the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation, the divine way of thunder, and the divine way of nature, which could restrain the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent, he could shatter all the lightning punishments without suffering any injuries. Of course, the heavenly tribulation, after walking out of the space-time space left behind by the human king, was an exception. This was because that was a special heavenly tribulation after condensing the 2 great realms of quasi-saint and saint. It was different from normal heavenly tribulations. Yeah. The little Tai Chu also flashed over. It flapped its wings and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder. It was happy that Lin Tian had passed the heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian smiled but didn't say anything. It was also at this time that the old Taoist stepped over. He looked at Lin Tian and clicked his tongue. Boy, you're really not bad. You've just reached the Saint Venerate level, and you've already killed 9 sky-reaching, celestial lords of the celestial court. Although you killed them because of the Forbidden Zone, killing them is still killing. Throughout history, you're the only one who's done this. As he spoke, he clicked his tongue again. But then again, I'm afraid you'll have endless trouble in the future. The people of the celestial court definitely won't let you go. There'll definitely be waves of celestial court cultivators looking for you in the future. The celestial court? What's there to be afraid of? Before Lin Tian could speak, the white tiger said, although Lin Tian hasn't reached the sky-reaching realm yet and can't fight against sky-reaching realm masters under normal circumstances, it's impossible for those bastards of the celestial court to really threaten Lin Tian now. It looked at the old Taoist and snorted coldly. You've seen the divine sense imprint of the battle in the Nirvana wasteland, right? The most powerful ancient ancestor of the celestial court was beaten by Lin Tian's wife and had no ability to resist. If they really annoy Lin Tian, they'll just call his wife and destroy the celestial court. The old Taoist glanced at it. Although I have to admit that this boy's wife is really scary. Who told you that the ancient ancestors of the celestial court were the most powerful people in the celestial court? Isn't it? The white tiger looked at him. Far from it, the old Taoist said casually. Hearing this, the white tiger immediately widened its eyes. Far, far from the strongest combat power? Even Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved when he heard the old Taoist's words. He had seen the strength of the ancient ancestor of the celestial court with his own eyes. He had complete control over the order and was terrifying. However, the old Taoist said that he was far from the strongest in the celestial court. This was too shocking. The little Taichu also looked at the old Taoist when he heard this. The celestial court is very deep. The true power behind it is far from what you can imagine. The old Taoist curled his lips and said to Lin Tian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. Lin Tian frowned. This old Taoist seemed to be more complicated than he had imagined. He seemed to know a lot of big secrets. How strong is the true power of the celestial court? Do you know? He asked. He suddenly felt that the old Taoist's identity was very unusual. Don't ask too much. At your current level, it won't do you any good to know those things. The old Taoist didn't want to say anything more about this matter. It won't do us any good? Why? Lin Tian frowned and said, You're not lying to us, are you? What's the benefit of lying to you? The old Taoist glanced at him and paused. Some things involve the ultimate taboo. If you don't have enough power, it will be a disaster if you know about it. Chapter 21:13. Ultimate Taboo? Lin Tian frowned at the old Taoist priest's words. What do you mean? What's that? The white tiger and the little Taichu couldn't help but turn to look at the old Taoist priest. The words ultimate taboo sounded a little mysterious. Don't ask too much. I said it's the ultimate taboo, so I can't tell you. I'm doing this for your own good. The old Taoist priest said. Lin Tian glanced at him. After talking for so long, it was as if he didn't tell them anything. However, he could tell that the old Taoist priest wasn't lying. The ancestors of the celestial court are far from the strongest forces of the celestial court, he thought to himself, and his frown deepened. Then he couldn't help but turn to look at the old Taoist priest. Where did this old man come from? He knew such a big secret. The old Taoist priest met his gaze and said, Don't look at me. I said I won't tell you about that. I didn't ask you. Lin Tian glanced at the old man. He couldn't get anything out of him, so he called the white tiger and the little Taichu to continue to the center of the Forbidden Zone. The old Taoist priest's Taoist robe was very old, as if it hadn't been washed for 800 years. He followed them to the center. Why are you following us again? Lin Tian asked. The old Taoist priest glanced at him. Why would I follow you? I'm going inside to take some samples. Then he asked, why are you here again? You're pretty gutsy to actually dare to jump into this forbidden area. Quite a few of those old antiques at the master level have died here, looking for something. Lin Tian said simply, You're looking for something too? The old Taoist looked at him and clicked his tongue. We're really fated. We came here for the same purpose. Seeing that we're fated, can you give me a little of the origin of reincarnation? He followed Lin Tian and couldn't help but rub his hands. Sure. Lin Tian Dao, give me the oracle bone fragment on your neck in exchange. He looked at the oracle bone fragment on the old Taoist's neck. This thing was definitely a heaven-defying divine item. At this moment, he even vaguely guessed that the reason why the old Taoist was able to remain unaffected in this forbidden area was related to this oracle bone fragment. The old Taoist immediately glared at him. Then he blew his beard and glared at him. Scram! Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew very well that the old Taoist would never use this item as an exchange, so he deliberately said that to see the old Taoist's angry face. By the way, did you find the ancestral dragon vein in that underground space? Pausing for a moment, he asked casually. The old Taoist glanced at him. Who am I? Naturally, I found it. Lin Tian could not help but nod his head. It was just as he had guessed. The ancestral dragon vein was huge. The old Taoist should have found the other parts of the ancestral dragon vein in the underground space. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a few hours before it disappeared. He could not help but sigh. If the ancestral dragon vein had not moved and they had been cultivating nearby, the benefits would have been endless. They would definitely have been able to reach the ascension level within a year because the energy contained in the ancestral dragon chi was too terrifying. How did you know it moved? Did you guys find it too? The old Taoist's expression changed slightly. He could tell that there was another layer of meaning in Lin Tian's words. Who am I? Of course, I found it. Lin Tian mimicked the old Taoist tone and said, There was nothing to hide about such things. Show off. The old Taoist glanced at him and said, No wonder your cultivation has improved so much in such a short time. It turns out that it has something to do with the ancestral dragon vein. The two of them chatted casually as they walked towards the forbidden zone of suppression. As they walked closer to the center of the forbidden area of Jindao, there was more gray mist floating in the air, and that strange forbidden power became thicker. The airborne realm. After walking for tens of thousands of feet, the white tiger could not help but roll its eyes. At this place, its combat strength had been suppressed to the level of the airborne realm. Squeak! The little Taichu murmured. It was the same. Lin Tian was still not suppressed in the slightest, and the old Taoist was the same. Boom! Suddenly, the ground collapsed and a large crack appeared. A strange beast covered in black first stepped out. Its body was like a lion with a single horn on its head. It was exactly the same as the group of strange beasts they had encountered before, but its combat strength was obviously much stronger. Moreover, there was not only one of such strange beasts that stepped out of the crack, but there was a group of them. There were nearly 300 of them. These strange beasts again. They are comparable to Saint Kings. The white tiger flashed behind Lin Tian and said, When you get to this place, I'm afraid that even reaching heaven-level fighters will have a lot of trouble. It will be very difficult to stop these strange beasts, because when you get to this place, the combat strength of those at that level will probably be suppressed to the level of a saint. Not bad, not bad. The little tiger is quite good at guessing. The old Taoist said, and raised his hand to point not far ahead. There were several skeletons there. They were shriveled and had a faint luster lingering around them. They were the skeletons of reaching heaven-level fighters, whose blood essence had been sucked away when they were alive. The white tiger looked in the direction the old Taoist was pointing and saw the skeletons right away. It was able to tell how tall these skeletons were when they were alive. It could not help but gulp and even shudder. There really are reaching heaven level fighters who got into big trouble here. This is really the most fatal danger in here, is that one's strength is constantly suppressed. Because of their strength being suppressed, there is no way to stop these strange beasts that are not very strong. In the end, they are slaughtered and devoured by these strange beasts. Lin Tian looked at the skeletons and muttered to himself, "Roar!" With a violent roar, more than 300 strange beasts pounced over at this time. They stared at Lin Tianyi and the others ferociously. Lin Tian flicked his finger and a golden sword light burst out. In the blink of an eye, these strange beasts that had pounced on them were all killed. Now that he had reached the level of a saint venerable, these strange beasts that were only at the level of a saint king were no different from ordinary ants to him. After that, he called out to the white tiger and the little Taichu and continued to walk toward the center of the forbidden zone. Soon, several hours had passed, and they had crossed a distance of tens of thousands of feet. The white tiger and the little Taichu's strength had been suppressed to zero, and they were no different from ordinary people. Lin Tian and the old Taoist were still not affected at all. After that, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed, and they finally arrived at the center of the forbidden zone. In this area, the gray mist had become even thicker, and the strange forbidden power had become even more terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. In the center of the forbidden zone, in the center of a short mountain in the southeast corner, a fist-sized 7-colored light source was jumping, emitting a faint 7-colored light. Found it! Chapter 2114. The 7-colored light source was about the size of a fist. It was sparkling and translucent, like a piece of holy light that could open the sky. There really is one. The white tiger was moved. Although he had heard from Lin Tian that there was a sword soul fragment in this forbidden zone, he could not help but be surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with joy. He paused for a moment, then walked toward the sword soul fragment. Buzz! As if sensing his arrival and the existence of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, the fist-sized sword soul fragment jumped, and the 7-colored light intertwined with each other became even brighter and denser. In the next moment, the sword soul fragment trembled slightly. It came to Lin Tian's side as if it had a mind of its own. After circling Lin Tian once, it turned into a 7-colored light and went straight into Lin Tian's body. The old Taoist priest glanced at Lin Tianyi casually and walked to another location in the center of the forbidden zone. He said to the white tiger, "You and the little guy from the immortal spirit royal family stay where you are and don't move. It's very dangerous for you to walk around in this area. I'll go and find what I want." The white tiger said, "Oh." Seeing the old Taoist priest walk away, his eyes fell on Lin Tian again. Buzz! The new sword soul fragment went into Lin Tian's body. At this moment, 7-colored light surrounded Lin Tian's body. In his sea of consciousness, the sword soul fragment circled around the divine sword. After a few rounds, it went straight into the divine sword, causing the divine sword to tremble slightly. Then it brought out a large amount of 7-colored light. The 7-colored light was mixed with a very vast amount of spiritual energy. Lin Tian immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and began to refine the 7-colored light. He used it to improve his cultivation, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to grow rapidly. Just like that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After an hour, the sword soul fragment had completely merged into the divine sword. In the next moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes. In his eyes, 2 sword lights flashed and disappeared, shaking the void in front of him. All right. He took a look at himself and summoned the rainbow divine, sword with a thought. For a moment, a fierce sword aura spread out, sweeping up a hurricane around him. The aura was terrifying. This sword might is even more terrifying than before. The white tiger and the little Tai Chu cautiously approached. When they saw Lin Tian summon the divine sword again, they couldn't help but be surprised. When they sensed that the divine sword's power was obviously stronger than before, they were even more surprised. The more fragments of the sword soul are found, the stronger the divine sword will become. The white tiger muttered. The astonishment in its eyes was very strong. Lin Tian held the divine sword and observed it carefully. Because the new sword soul fragment had just fused with the divine sword, he could easily summon it now. He discovered that the divine inscriptions on the surface of the divine sword had lit up even more. 80% of the divine inscriptions had already lit up. We'll be able to gather everything very soon. He muttered to himself. His eyes shone brightly. As long as the sword soul of the divine sword was completely gathered, he could summon the divine sword at any time. At that time, his combat strength would be terrifyingly powerful. This sword is very good. It's far superior to ordinary divine weapons. The old Taoist's voice rang out. He had found what he was looking for. At this time, he walked back again. Seeing Lin Tian holding the rainbow divine sword, he walked toward Lin Tian as he spoke. Then, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Fluctuations of life? Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for weapons to emit fluctuations of life, even if they were divine weapons with weapon souls. At this time, he suddenly felt fluctuations of life from the rainbow divine sword, which made him involuntarily reveal a shocked expression. He stopped and stared at the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. His eyes suddenly became very deep. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The fluctuations of life that he felt from the rainbow divine sword could not be captured at this time. Was that an illusion? He frowned. At this time, Lin Tian naturally saw the old Taoist. At the same time, he also noticed the old Taoist's strange expression. He asked, "What's wrong, old man?" As for the rainbow divine sword in his hand, he did not care if the old Taoist saw it because the existence of the rainbow divine sword was already exposed. Many people had seen him use it. Most importantly, he could tell that the old Taoist was not an evil person. Otherwise, he would have attacked him, a reincarnated body. Therefore, even if the rainbow divine sword was not exposed, he was not worried that the old Taoist would see it and not worry that the old Taoist would snatch it away. Oh, nothing. The old Taoist shook his head. He was still staring at the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. However, he could no longer feel the fluctuations of life that he suddenly felt earlier. He muttered to himself, "Was it really an illusion?" He walked to Lin Tian's side and looked at the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. He asked, "Kid, where did you get this sword?" "I picked it up," Lin Tian said casually. "Scram, tell me the truth." The old Taoist scolded. Even the white tiger and little Tai Chu could not help but roll their eyes. How could such a heaven-defying, godly weapon be picked up? "I really picked it up." Lin Tian was speechless. No one believed him, even if he told the truth. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as if there was a shocking earthquake. Wind suddenly blew, and clouds rolled in the sky. The ground shook even more violently. The entire celestial void realm was shaking. Roar! The next moment, an earth-shaking dragon roar sounded. It came from the central region of the celestial void realm and was mixed with terrifying dragon power. At the same time, it also had terrifying dragon energy fluctuations. Lin Tian was instantly moved. He looked straight at the central region of the celestial void realm. He was too familiar with the dragon energy coming from there. It was clearly the fluctuation of the ancestral dragon energy. Beside him, the white tiger and little Tai Chu naturally also sensed the fluctuation of the ancestral dragon energy. They could not help but be shocked. Even the old Taoist was moved. Like Lin Tian, he looked at the central region of the celestial void realm without blinking. That is where the celestial court is located in the celestial void realm. His eyes flashed with a strange light. The ancestral dragon vein of the celestial void realm has been moved by someone to the celestial court. Lin Tian naturally heard his words and could not help but be shocked. The ancestral dragon vein has been moved by someone to the celestial court? It was done by someone from the celestial court. Before he could finish his words, the forbidden zone of suppressing path suddenly shook even more violently. On the surface and in the void of this forbidden zone, dense array patterns and dragon patterns appeared. In a few breaths, they interweaved into an earth-shattering, holy array. Seeing this scene, his expression suddenly changed again. After entering this forbidden zone of suppressing path, he had stayed in this forbidden zone for a long time. However, he did not notice that this forbidden zone was actually engraved with dense array patterns and dragon patterns. Chapter 21:15. The dense formation patterns and dragon patterns intertwined in the void, forming a super sacred array. Lin Tian was shocked. At the same time, the white tiger and the little Taichu's expressions also changed. It's those two. The white tiger's eyes widened. Although it didn't cultivate the heavenly one soul technique and the dragon burial scripture like Lin Tian, it had seen the celestial master of Formation Emperor and the celestial master of dragon burial scripture. The formation patterns and dragon patterns here were clearly mixed with the two's aura. It immediately sensed it. Those two's skills. Even the old Taoist's expression changed slightly. Looking at the formation patterns and dragon patterns in this place, his eyes revealed a luster of amazement. They've already grown to such a level? You even managed to hide it from me. Just like Lin Tian, when he entered this forbidden area, he didn't feel the existence of the formation patterns and Tao patterns before. Roar! The heaven-shaking dragon roar reverberated, shaking the entire celestial realm of nothingness. As far as the eye could see, in the center of the celestial realm of nothingness, a huge dragon soared into the sky. It was mixed with the terrifying ancestral dragon chi. Even though it was extremely far away, it could still be vaguely seen. That was because the huge dragon was simply too shocking. Then, in the forbidden area of suppressing path, the sacred array, formed by the intertwining of endless formation patterns and dragon patterns, vibrated, emitting a terrifying beam of light. Suddenly, a huge space tunnel appeared in the middle of the array. The space tunnel was about 10 feet in diameter. As soon as it appeared, the formation patterns and dragon patterns imprinted in this place shone brightly. The gray mist that was mixed with the strange forbidden power floating in it suddenly seemed to be pulled by a huge force, surging toward the space tunnel. In just a moment, Lin Tian felt that the strange forbidden power in this forbidden area of suppressing path began to weaken. After a few dozen breaths, the white tiger and the little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. Their strength slowly recovered along with the weakening of the strange forbidden force. They were suppressed to the level of an ordinary person before, but now they could display the combat strength of a divine pulse realm expert. At the same time, in the center of the heaven of nothingness, where the huge light dragon had rushed up, there was a faint roar of anger, shaking the sky of the heaven of nothingness. First, he engraved a formation in this forbidden zone, and then used the power of the ancestral dragon vein to cast a spell from a distance, echoing the formation here to open a space portal, and draw the universe origin power in this forbidden zone to surge into the main clan of the celestial court. The old Taoist's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. At this time, Lin Tian was standing at the side. Because the old Taoist's voice wasn't soft, he naturally heard it. He couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, under the Nirvana wasteland, the ancestral dragon vein suddenly moved. Was it done by those people? Then he was moved by another word in the old Taoist words. He couldn't help but ask the old Taoist, "The universe origin power you mentioned just now, is it the strange forbidden power floating in this forbidden zone of suppressing path? What exactly is it?" The white tiger and the little Taichu also looked at the old Taoist. It was the first time they had heard of the universe origin power. The power that exists in the universe gap itself doesn't have a destructive aura, but it can suppress all things. Only when one reaches an extremely high realm, or has some kind of special magic treasure or special power, can one resist such power. The old Taoist said, "The universe gap? Is it the gap in the starry sky?" Lin Tian frowned and said, "I've never heard of such an existence as the universe gap." Hearing this, the old Taoist couldn't help but glance at him and said, "Don't mess around. The universe and the starry sky are not the same thing." "They're not the same thing? The universe is not the starry sky?" Lin Tian was surprised and confused. In his understanding, the starry sky and the universe seemed to mean the same thing. "Of course not." The old Taoist curled his lips. Lin Tian frowned and asked, "Then what is the universe?" He already knew that this unscrupulous old Taoist was not an ordinary person, because he obviously knew a lot of things. At this time, after hearing that the universe was not the starry sky, he naturally wanted to know what the universe was after being confused. The old Taoist paused and thought for a while. "Well, this seems to be something I can tell you." Then he continued, "I'll briefly explain the levels of the various regions in the greater heaven and earth. From small to large, they are the stars, the starry sky, the great world, the ultimate world, the perfect world, the universe and the greater heaven and earth. Among these, you should be familiar with the stars and the starry sky, so I won't say more. Next, the great world is the world at the level of your immortal realm. The ultimate world is the world at the level of the heavenly realm. The perfect world. You have this yourself." He looked at Lin Tian and said, "You should have found the world seed and evolved a real great world. When that real world grows to the end, it will become a perfect world." Lin Tian was shocked when he heard this. "That's a perfect world? In the end, it will be even vaster than the heavenly realm of nothingness?" His saint realm was at the level of a perfect world. It was actually at the level of this vast heavenly realm of nothingness. His eyes were full of shock. As for the fact that the old Taoist knew that he possessed a saint domain that was established from a world seed within his body, Chinchi wasn't surprised at all, because he'd revealed that saint domain when he was cultivating in the rebirth wastelands all those years ago. Beside him, the white tiger and little Tai Chu were also moved by these words. The heavenly realm of nothingness was vast enough, but unexpectedly it could not compare to the saint realm in Lin Tian's body. In terms of vastness, the heavenly realm of nothingness is far inferior to your perfect world. "There is no comparison," the old Taoist said. He looked at little Tai Chu and said, "The primordial immortal realm in this little guy's body was also evolved from a world seed. It could have grown into a perfect world, but it was destroyed before it could fully grow into a perfect world. Although it is recovering because of the growth aura of your perfect world, it can't recover much. In the end, it can only grow to about 10 times vaster than the heavenly realm of nothingness. There is no hope for it to grow into a perfect world." Hearing the old Taoist's words, Lin Tian, White Tiger, and little Tai Chu were all moved, and the shock in their eyes grew stronger. The primordial immortal realm was also evolved from a world seed. The shock in Lin Tian's eyes grew even stronger. The white tiger's eyes widened. No wonder when Lin Tian's saint realm was growing, the broken primordial immortal realm in the little guy's body would appear on its own and slowly recover as the saint realm grew. So, it was also evolved from a world seed. Little Tai Chu's eyes widened as well. This was the first time he knew that the primordial immortal realm was also evolved from a world seed. The old Taoist nodded, paused, and said, "A perfect world can only be evolved from a world seed. It is not as simple as being vast, because it is truly born from the greater heaven and earth. Once this perfect world grows to its limit, it may be able to draw out a truly terrifying power related to the greater heaven and earth, and even suppress order." Chapter 21:16. Hearing the old Taoist's words, Lin Tian was shocked and slightly stunned. For a moment, he couldn't help but be stunned. He used to think that the starry sky and the universe were the same. The starry sky was the universe, and the universe was the starry sky. But now he realized that it was a mistake. The level of the universe was far above the starry sky. He used to think that the celestial realm of nothingness was the vastest world. Now he knew that there was a perfect world above the celestial realm of nothingness, and there was an even vaster universe above the perfect world. As it turned out, he actually understood so little about the things contained within the greater world. What he knew was actually so limited. Stars, starry sky, macro world, extreme world, perfect world, universe, and macro world. He muttered to himself. After a pause, he asked the old Taoist, "Then which are the 9 universes?" When White Tiger and Little Tai Chu heard his words, they tilted their heads to look at the old Taoist. Naturally, they were very curious about this. The 9 universes are the Hongmeng universe, Xianhuang universe, Tai universe, Zhanyan universe, Timeless universe, Wansong universe, Xuanji universe, Wuyuan universe, and Huangyi universe. The old Taoist said. He paused for a moment and lowered his head to look at the oracle bone plate on his chest. His eyes appeared somewhat deep as he said, "Of course, that was in the past. Now, only 2 universes remain." Lin Tian could not help but be moved when he heard this. Only 2 universes remain. The other 7 universes disappeared? The old Taoist nodded. They were destroyed. They were destroyed? Lin Tian was shocked. Who destroyed them? Is there anyone who can destroy the universe? He could feel how vast the universe was from the old Taoist's words. After all, there were only 9 universes in the boundless macro world. He couldn't imagine what level of power was needed to destroy the universe. The White Tiger and Little Tai Chu were also shocked. They couldn't help but stare. The universe is vast and strong. No one can destroy a universe with the power of a single person. The old Taoist said. Lin Tian frowned. If that's the case, how were the 7 universes destroyed? You can't do it with the power of a single person, but you can stack it with the number of experts. You can accumulate the damage over time. He paused and shook his head. All right, don't ask any more questions. If you ask any more questions, it will involve the ultimate taboo. It won't do you any good right now. You only need to know that the destruction of the 7 universes is related to the celestial court. Hearing the old Taoist's words, Lin Tian's expression changed again. It's related to the celestial court? Did the celestial court destroy the 7 universes? Sort of. The old Taoist said. Lin Tian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The 7 universes that had disappeared were actually destroyed by the celestial court. The celestial court, or the true power behind the celestial court, had the ability to destroy the universe? His eyes couldn't help but flicker. At this moment, he finally understood what the old Taoist meant when he said, "The heavenly court is very deep." This celestial court, the White Tiger could not help but swallow his saliva. For a moment, it was hard for him to imagine how terrifying the celestial court was. Even the little Tai Chu could not help but stare. He was shocked by the old Taoist's words. It was too shocking. Now, the universe we are in is called the Hongmeng universe. There is another universe called the Xianhuang universe, which is adjacent to the Hongmeng universe. The old Taoist said, "These are the only 2 universes left." The Hongmeng universe, the Xianhuang universe, Lin Tian whispered. His eyes could not help but jump. The things he learned today really shocked him, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. Hum. The void hummed, accompanied by a dragon's roar that shook the sky. The celestial realm shook even more violently, causing him to come back to his senses. At this time, in the forbidden zone of the suppressing path, the super holy array formed by the formation patterns and dragon patterns became even brighter and more dazzling. It caused the universe origin power in the forbidden zone of the suppressing path to continuously pour into the space tunnel opened by the super holy array. Not bad. Extraordinary courage. Borrowing the power of the ancestral dragon vein of the celestial realm, the universe origin power in this place is guided into the celestial court at the center of the celestial realm. Even the ancient ancestors of the celestial court who stay there may not be able to resist it. Their strength will be greatly weakened. The old Taoist narrowed his eyes and looked at the center of the celestial realm from afar. Are these the minions of the celestial court who want to destroy the celestial realm of nothingness? He muttered to himself. Are they already preparing for the final battle step by step? In the forbidden zone of the suppressing path, the formation patterns jumped and the dragon patterns flickered. The holy array that was constructed emitted a bright light. More universe origin power was pulled from this forbidden zone and poured into the void tunnel opened by the holy array. They're rushing toward the celestial court. Celestial venerable dragon Zonglong and the others should be at the celestial court at the center of the celestial realm of nothingness. They want to erase the celestial court at the center of the celestial realm of nothingness. Lin Tian looked at the center of the celestial realm of nothingness from afar, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. After a pause, he called out to the white tiger and little Tai Chu, "Let's kill our way to the celestial court." Celestial venerable dragon Zonglong and the others had activated the power of the ancestral dragon vein and guided the universe origin power in this forbidden zone to the celestial court. At that time, they were fighting there. Now that he knew about this, he wanted to kill his way into the celestial court from here. With his current Saint Venerable level cultivation base, the reincarnation forging divine art, and the rainbow godly sword, when Celestial Venerable Dragon Zonglong and the others guided the universe origin power into the celestial court, the powerful existences of the celestial court would be greatly weakened in that place. At this time, even if he went there, it would not be difficult for him to kill a sky-reaching celestial lord. And now, although the place they were at was very far from the center of the celestial realm of nothingness, there was a void tunnel opened by the holy array left there by Celestial Venerable Dragon Zonglong and the others. As long as they stepped into it, they would be able to reach the center of the celestial realm of nothingness in an extremely short time and directly appear in the celestial court there. Yeah, the little Tai Chu clenched its paws and nodded repeatedly. When they first separated, its father was with Celestial Venerable Dragon Zonglong and the others. Now, they must be moving and fighting together. It wanted to see its father. More importantly, since Lin Tian wanted to go to that place, it would definitely follow him. Then let's go. Unaffected by the universe origin power, your cultivation base has reached the Saint Venerable level, and you have the help of the Rainbow Godly Sword. Boy, when the time comes, you will give the experts of the Celestial Court a big surprise. You might be able to kill 1 or 2 of the Celestial Court's ancestors. Chapter 21:17. In the forbidden zone of suppressing path, the holy array opened up a huge void tunnel, causing the origin energy of the universe in the forbidden zone of suppressing path to continuously flow into the tunnel, causing hurricanes to form around it. "Old man, do you want to go with us?" Lin Tian asked the old Taoist priest. He guessed that this unscrupulous old Taoist priest was definitely very powerful. Under normal circumstances, he might even be able to threaten the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. The old Taoist priest shook his head and curled his lips. "You guys go by yourselves. I still have my own matters to attend to. I'm busy." "All right." Lin Tian nodded and bade farewell to the old Taoist priest. Without hesitation, he brought the little Tai Chu and the white tiger to the void tunnel opened up by the holy array of this place. He and the little Tai Chu and the white tiger stepped into the void tunnel and disappeared in an instant. At this time, the void tunnel was filled with the origin energy of the universe. However, it was not dangerous for them because this origin energy of the universe would only weaken the strength of the practitioners. It did not have any destructive aura. Buzz! Here! The holy array swept over, and more origin energy of the universe continuously flowed into the void tunnel. The old Taoist priest looked at Lin Tian, the little Taichu, and the white tiger disappearing into the void tunnel. His gaze deepened. There are still 2 universes left. I'm afraid the final battle is not far away. I have to quickly recover from my injuries. He muttered to himself, glanced at the oracle bone fragment on his chest, and silently disappeared on the spot. Lin Tian, the little Taichu, and the white tiger were in the void tunnel, moving along with the turbulent origin energy of the universe. After about 100 breaths, light appeared in front of them, and the space trembled slightly, sweeping them all out. Boom! Billowing saint energy intertwined, and the space distorted inch by inch. The man and the 2 beasts were shaken out of the spatial tunnel, and in their field of vision were rows upon rows of magnificent palaces. They were originally incomparably magnificent, but at this time these magnificent palaces were shrouded in gray mist, and the power of the universe's origin that could suppress all things floated in all directions of the void. Moreover, there was also dragon chi lingering in this area. It was extremely thick and dense, completely enveloping the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. Boom! Waves of terrifying killing power surged, and the killing patterns and dragon patterns in the sky intertwined, blasting out beams of killing light one after another. The palaces collapsed one after another. Many celestial soldiers and celestial generals screamed in agony as they tried to escape. However, they could not escape the slashes of the killing lights. One after another, they collapsed and died. "How dare you! How dare you!" Someone was roaring angrily. Killing intent surged, holy light intimidating. Dozens of figures rushed into the sky and fought with the 11 men in the sky. Their essence, chi, and spirit were all very strong. Lin Tian, little Taichu, and White Tiger walked out of the spatial tunnel. At this time they looked at the sky and naturally recognized the 11 men in the sky. They were Fengshen, Tianzuin, and the others, as well as the Emperor of Fairy Spirit and the descendant of the ancient god Wu Ming. "It's really them." Lin Tian looked at the 11 people in the sky and then scanned the area. His eyes were intertwined. This place is where the main clan of the celestial court of the heaven realm is located. Although he already knew that it was Celestial Lord Zonglong and the others who had activated the original power of the universe in the Forbidden Zone to attack the celestial court, he still could not help but feel shocked and frightened when he saw the scene. Those 11 people were really bold. After not seeing them for a few years, they actually directly killed their way into the main clan of the celestial court. Moreover, he was shocked by the scale of the heavenly court's main clan in the heavenly world of nothingness. It was simply too vast. It was difficult to describe just how vast it was. He couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. "Yeah." Little Taichu spoke at this time, waving its claws at the Emperor of Fairy Spirit in the sky. Up in the sky, the Emperor of Fairy Spirit looked over when he heard this. He smiled at the little guy as he fought with the heaven lords of the celestial court. Then he nodded at Lin Tian, who was beside him. He was not surprised by their arrival at all. At the same time, Fengshen, Tianzuin, and the others also looked over at this time. All of them fell on Lin Tian. Their gazes were deep, mixed with a trace of light. The strongest physique that has not appeared in 10,000 years. "Young man, you have surprised us." Fengshen Tianzuin looked at Lin Tiandao with a faint smile on his face. Now, in the vast void realm in the cultivation world, everyone knew that Lin Tian had the strongest reincarnation imperial physique. After they reappeared in the world, they naturally knew about this. Almost at the same time, the other dozens of middle-aged men who were fighting with Fengshen Tianzuin and the others also noticed Lin Tian. They were all sky-level heaven, lords of the celestial court. At this time, they were all shocked. Lin Tian, at this time, had come to the main clan of the celestial court. Where are Mu Ao and the others? Where are they? One of the heaven lords shouted at Lin Tian. Not long ago, when they learned that Lin Tian had entered the forbidden zone of the celestial court, Heaven Lord Mueo and the other 9 people of the celestial court walked out of the celestial court and went to the forbidden zone to suppress Lin Tian. But now Lin Tian appeared here, and there was no news of the 9 people at all. They went to hell to play chess with the king of hell. Lin Tian looked at the Heaven Lord who spoke. He recognized this person. It was Heaven Lord Yufeng, who had also tried to seize his reincarnation origin. He looked at this person and wrapped the little Taichu and the white tiger with gentle saint power. He moved them out of the celestial court and then took a step toward this person. "I'll send you down to accompany them." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly shook the 7-colored divine sword in his hand. He activated it with his sky-level cultivation base and slashed down. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword resounded through the sky. A swift and fierce 7-colored sword light shot out. It was enough to threaten a void sky expert. Heaven Lord Yufeng's expression changed drastically. Normally, he who was at the sky level would not be afraid of this sword at all. However, at this time the celestial court was filled with the power of the universe's origin. His strength was suppressed to the level of a sky-level saint. He could not help but feel his scalp go numb as he faced this sword slash. He immediately retreated as fast as he could. "You can't retreat." Almost as soon as he retreated, Lin Tian's voice rang out. He was extremely fast and appeared behind Heaven Lord Yufeng in an instant. Clang! Another ear-piercing sound of the sword rang out. In Lin Tian's hand, the 7-colored divine sword slashed down again. At this time, Heaven Lord Yufeng could not dodge the sword at such a close distance. He was directly pierced by the sword. With a puff, his physical body immediately shattered. Only his spirit was barely preserved. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. "You die." Lin Tian stepped forward. His speed was extremely fast. He was much faster than Heaven Lord Yufeng, who could only display the battle prowess of a sky-level saint. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Heaven Lord Yufeng's path of retreat. The 7-colored divine sword in his hand once again slashed down mercilessly. The sharp sword pressed down. Before it even landed on Heaven Lord Yufeng's spirit, it caused the void in all directions to shatter and the ground to collapse. Heaven Lord Yufeng's spirit trembled violently. Facing this destructive sword, he could not help but reveal a horrified expression. He could not help but shout, "Stop! Puff!" Chapter 21:18. The sky-level blood splattered across the void. The faces of the dozens of heavenly lords in the celestial court changed. Heavenly Lord Yufeng had been killed in the blink of an eye. Even Empyrean Divine Seal and the others couldn't help but be moved by this. He's already a heavenly venerate, but he's completely unaffected by the universe origin power. As the disciples of the human king, the descendants of the ancient gods, and the masters of this generation of the immortal spirit imperial clan, the 11 of them all had extraordinary statuses. They naturally knew about the existence of the universe and what the cosmic origin energy was. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian completely unaffected by the cosmic origin energy in this place, their eyes flashed with light. Previously, I sensed his aura coming here from the space tunnel, but I didn't expect that his combat strength wouldn't be weakened in the slightest in the universe's origin power. Celestial Venerate Zonglong's eyes shone brightly. "He's extraordinary." Celestial Venerate Daorin also spoke. Rumble. In this space, murderous light surged and murderous patterns filled the entire space, striking towards every corner of the celestial heavens. Screams echoed in the celestial court of the void world as the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were hacked to pieces by the killing lights. These celestial soldiers and generals weren't weak at first, but due to the influence of the universe's origin force, their combat strength was greatly weakened and they couldn't withstand the killing formation imprinted in the void by the Formation Emperor and Celestial Venerate Zonglong. Reincarnation body! Within the heavenly court's main tribe, there were still a total of 80 heaven-reaching heavenly lords left. At this moment, their gazes all landed on Lin Tian. Shock and anger mixed in their eyes. The dozens of heavenly lords had fought fiercely with Fengshen Tianzuan and the others for a long time. Although some of them had been injured, none of them had died. But now Lin Tian, a heavenly venerate cultivator from the later era, had appeared here and killed one of them in the blink of an eye. This was undoubtedly a humiliation. Lin Tian glanced at the dozens of heavenly lords and snorted. He didn't even greet Fengshen Tianzuan and the others for the time being. Instead, he charged at them with the rainbow divine sword. Clang! He shook the divine sword in his hand. 7-colored sword rays burst out and enveloped dozens of people at the same time. The eyes of the dozens of heavenly masters turned cold. A holy venerable level cultivator was actually attacking all of them at the same time. Insolent ant. One of the heaven masters said coldly. He immediately took action, activating a transcending heaven level divine art that pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 79 heavenly masters also took action, casting out various divine abilities and secret arts. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this space was flooded by surging holy light. Lin Tian wielded the 7-colored divine sword and slashed out a sharp rainbow sword light. He attacked the 80 transcending heaven lords at the same time without the slightest hesitation. This was because these people's current battle strength had been suppressed to the level of a saint venerable by the cosmic origin. At the same level of battle prowess, he was not afraid of these people at all. Moreover, he had the help of the reincarnation forging spirit art and the rainbow divine sword. Facing these people, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Pooh! He swung his sword, shattering a large expanse of holy light and piercing through one of the heavenly masters. Heavenly master blood splattered across the void. The heavenly master's divine soul escaped, his expression extremely ugly as he rapidly retreated. However, Lin Tian's 7-colored divine sword slashed down once more. It was so fast that it directly enveloped the divine soul. No! The heavenly master screamed in horror. With a hiss, his divine soul was sliced into pieces. A saint venerable level cultivation and that divine sword. Against these celestial court heavenly masters who can only use saint venerable level battle strength, it's really as easy as cutting vegetables. Outside the celestial court, the white tiger looked excited. Yeah. Little Tai Chu couldn't help but cry out. It waved its little paws at the heavenly masters within the celestial court, cheering for Lin Tian. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others stood in the sky. As they looked at Lin Tian, the shock in their eyes intensified. That sword is very shocking. Ao Jian, Tianzuan said in a low voice. He cultivated the way of the sword, and not many people could compare to his attainments on the path of the sword. At this moment, as he looked at the 7-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, his eyes couldn't help but intertwine with a bright light. Very sharp. The overlord of the celestial spirit, divine emperor, said. Beside him, nameless, celestial master Zonglong, and the others also nodded. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian, his eyes deep and a faint smile on his face. Young man, I'll leave them to you alone. Is that all right? We can make some other preparations. Looking at Lin Tian, the legendary #1 disciple of the Human King spoke as he swept his gaze across the depths of the celestial court. Lin Tian immediately nodded and said, Senior, rest assured. Perhaps it was because he had cultivated the ancient divine arts of Fengshen, Tianzuan, and the others, but he felt a deep sense of familiarity with Fengshen, Tianzuan, and the others. Now that Fengshen Tianzuan had spoken, although he didn't know what Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were going to do next, he immediately agreed. Moreover, he already had a grudge with the celestial court. This lineage was constantly trying to seize his samsara origin. He had come here today precisely to start a massacre. At the same time, The universe origin energy within the celestial court made it so that these heavenly masters could at most display the strength of a holy venerable. Under these circumstances, it was not difficult for him to kill these people. Clang! He shook the rainbow divine sword in his hand, sending out a rainstorm of sword light that engulfed the several dozen surviving heavenly masters of the celestial court, attacking them indiscriminately. The several dozen heavenly masters of the celestial court were both shocked and furious. None of them dared to be careless and immediately used their most powerful divine arts. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the sky trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Fengshan Tianzuan and the others looked at Lin Tian, their eyes flashing. If he hadn't come, we might have been able to wipe out this place today, but we would have suffered unimaginable losses. Is this an unexpected lucky star? Of course. The 11 great figures stood together, looking at Lin Tian. Their eyes were deep, and they could not help but reveal faint smiles on their faces. In the past, they had brought 3 heavenly masters of the celestial court into the former battlefield of great devastation. They had used their lives as wagers and their sovereign cultivation at the time to kill 3 heavenly masters. Then they had sacrificed the 3 heavenly masters and obtained a world-defying fortuitous encounter in the battlefield of great devastation. After years of refinement, their cultivation was only a hair's breadth away from stepping into the heavenly master level. After returning from the battlefield of great devastation, they had begun to plan. They had borrowed the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline to draw upon the universe origin energy within the Tao suppression forbidden zone. They wanted to uproot the celestial court in the celestial realm in one fell swoop, preparing and paving the way for the final battle in the future. By drawing upon the universe origin energy, their battle prowess had been suppressed. Now, they were only comparable to early-stage Saint Venerables. Under such circumstances, although they had hidden special methods that would allow them to wipe out the celestial court, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. But now, Lin Tian's appearance had given them a huge surprise. Lin Tian was completely unaffected by the universe origin energy and could deal with the celestial court's heavenly masters alone. This gave them ample and safe time to prepare, allowing them to display their hidden special methods to the greatest extent. They no longer had to worry about being seriously injured while preparing for battle. They no longer had to pay any price. Begin. Chapter 2119. Around the bodies of Fengshan Tianzuan and the other heaven sovereigns, divine radiance began to intertwine, and their auras gradually linked together. Then their auras began to revolve around the dragon-bearing celestial sovereign, and strands of dragon patterns began to spread out. For a moment, the surrounding space trembled, rippling like water. Lin Tian's rainbow divine sword had filled the sky with rainbow sword lights, enveloping the 70-some heaven lords of the celestial court. At this time, he naturally noticed the divine radiance around the 11 heaven lords, and at the same time he also noticed the dragon patterns around them. Divine energy linked together and dragon patterns intertwined. What are they trying to activate? He cultivated the dragon-bearing scripture, so he could vaguely make out some things. Boom! The void buzzed as boundless divine energy surged out. Several dozen heaven lords had attacked, and several dozen divine arts pressed down on him. At the same time, there was the sound of rushing wind as 20-some of the several dozen heaven lords stepped forward and charged at Fengshan, Tianzuan, and the others. These people had never cultivated the dragon-bearing scripture, but when they saw the movements of Fengshan, Tianzuan, and the others, they naturally knew that the 11 of them were preparing for something. And this preparation would not benefit them at all, so they had to stop it. Scram back here. Lin Tian slashed out with his sword. 7-colored divine light shook the world, his sword potential incomparably swift and fierce. The 20-some heaven lords that were rushing towards Empyrean divine seal and the others were pulled back. It was impossible for these people to interfere with Empyrean divine seal's technique. Clang! With the Rainbow Divine Sword as his weapon and the Samsara Tempering Soul Art as his protection, he attacked the several dozen Heaven Lords at the same time. And the several dozen Heaven Lords' eyes were cold, and their killing intent was fierce. A mere, wholly venerable level cultivator from the later era was actually so powerful. Under the circumstances where their combat strength was suppressed, he was able to surround and kill more than 70 Immortal Ascension level cultivators by himself. This caused them to be shocked and enraged. Moreover, they were also shocked by another matter. Within this dense universe origin energy, Lin Tian was completely unaffected, and his strength was still at its peak. This made them feel extremely sullen. Due to the universe origin energy, they were far from being able to unleash their peak combat strength. However, Lin Tian was completely unaffected, and he was attacking and killing all of them without the slightest scruple. Boom! With a loud boom, the several dozen Heaven Lords' expressions turned cold as they faced Lin Tian's attack. More than 10 of them took out powerful piercing heaven weapons. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He could naturally sense that the Heaven Lord's weapons were extremely terrifying, and they gave him some pressure. However, although his eyes narrowed and a trace of pressure rose, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest. "Let's see if your weapons are my divine swords," he said coldly as he activated the Rainbow Divine Sword even more fiercely. 7-colored sword light swept out in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Ear-piercing sword howls resounded while dense 7-colored sword lights swept through the surroundings and slashed apart expanse after expanse of space. The several dozen Heaven Lords used their Saint Arts to block, and more than 10 of them also took out their Saint Arts and heaven-piercing Saint weapons. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. Lin Tian's body shook violently, and the blood in his body roiled. At the same time, the several dozen Heaven Lords of the Celestial Court staggered back. Tiny cracks appeared on the weapons of those who took out their heaven-piercing heaven weapons. "Good sword." In the sky, Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Fengshen, Tianzuan, Wu Ming, and the others were also slightly moved. That sword is indeed more terrifying than ordinary heaven-piercing heaven weapons. Outside the Celestial Court, the White Tiger couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian, with the Rainbow Divine Sword, had single-handedly pushed back several dozen Heaven Lords. The Heaven Lords who took out their heaven-piercing heaven weapons even had cracks on their weapons. In comparison, Lin Tian was able to do this, even though they were all Saint Venerables. Firstly, Lin Tian's strength was shocking. Secondly, it was enough to show that the Rainbow Divine Sword was far stronger than ordinary heaven-piercing heaven weapons. The several dozen Heaven Lords of the Celestial Court had ugly expressions. Then, their eyes turned even colder. One of them said coldly, "Use all your strength to suppress him." In this situation, what can you do even if you use all your strength? Lin Tian said as his gaze fell on this person. Wielding the Rainbow Divine Sword, he moved at a frightening speed and arrived in front of this person in an instant. "You'll still die." As his words fell, the Rainbow Divine Sword in his hand slashed down. The sharp sword might instantly sealed the space around this Heaven Lord. Then, under his shocked and enraged eyes, the Rainbow Divine Sword hacked him into pieces. Only his soul escaped, but it was covered in cracks. Die! Lin Tian caught up, and the Rainbow Divine Sword slashed down again. The sword light cut across the sky and landed on this Heaven Lord soul. No! With a roar of unwillingness, this Heaven Lord's soul was directly chopped into pieces and completely disappeared. Inside the Celestial Court, the several dozen Heaven Lords who were still alive were even more shocked and enraged. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had killed 3 of their Heaven Lords. Damnable thing! The several dozen Heaven Lords surged with killing intent as they once again charged at Lin Tian. The other heaven lords also summoned their heaven-piercing heaven weapons. Lin Tian was calm and fearless. The rainbow divine sword was held horizontally in front of his chest as he activated the heaven-piercing sword manual. With a swing of his sword, he slashed down on everyone. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound as the space was filled with terrifying battle chi. At the same time, within the celestial court, many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were fleeing. Many of them screamed as they collapsed. This was because many killing arrays had been branded in the void by the Array Emperor, Heavenly Venerate. Ordinary heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals could not withstand them. There's no defensive array in the celestial court? Is it because they think they're the number one in the heaven domain and no one dares to provoke them? Outside the celestial court, the white tiger and little Taichu were together. They looked at the inside of the celestial court from afar and whispered to each other. Then they thought of another aspect. Oh, right, wasn't there a celestial court ancient ancestor who came out of seclusion? Now that Feng Shen, Tianzuan, and the others have killed their way into the celestial court, why didn't that old fellow appear? Little Taichu was lying on its huge tiger head. It was also looking at the inside of the celestial court. Hearing its words, it said in a childish voice, previously he was seriously injured by He must have gone into seclusion to treat his injuries again. Oh, that's possible. White Tiger nodded. Previously, under the Nirvana wasteland, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court was severely injured by Wu Yi several times in a row. In the end, he fled in a sorry state. It had witnessed it with its own eyes. Now that it heard little Taichu's words, it felt that it should be the case. It was also at this time that a scream of anger rang out in the celestial court. Blood splattered everywhere. Another celestial master was cut into pieces by Lin Tian. Even his soul was annihilated. In the celestial court, the fourth celestial master died under the sword of Lin Tian. With the pressure of the universe's origin force here, this kid really can kill omnipotent experts like cutting vegetables. White Tiger's demon body couldn't help but tremble. Its eyes were full of excitement, and it couldn't help but clench its tiger claws tightly. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out in the distance, outside the celestial court. Near the celestial court, many cultivators sensed the astonishing fluctuations of Saint energy in the celestial court and rushed over. They wanted to see what was going on, so they rushed over at this time. There were no less than 100 cultivators. Then the hundreds of cultivators who had rushed over saw the scene in the celestial court from afar. Each and every one of them trembled violently. That's the reincarnation body. He killed his way into the celestial court. Chapter 2120. Hundreds of cultivators were stunned. They watched as smoke and fire billowed in the celestial court. One after another, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals collapsed and exploded one after another. Screams rang out one after another. Inside, Lin Tian was actually attacking and killing dozens of sky-level heavenly lords of the celestial court alone. This, illusion. Hundreds of cultivators were dumbfounded. They were almost petrified on the spot. It should be known that the celestial court was the number one giant in the void world. As a giant in the antiquity era, it had existed for an unknown period of time. But now, Lin Tian dared to attack the celestial court. This was too shocking. Inside that gray fog, that is, it seems to be the fog in the Tao Suppression Forbidden Zone. How did it drift to the celestial court? These cultivators had never entered the Tao Suppression Forbidden Zone, but they had been to the periphery of the Tao Suppression Forbidden Zone. They had looked into the Tao Suppression Forbidden Zone from afar, so they naturally recognized this special gray fog. Suddenly, someone was moved and pointed to the sky. In the sky, a group of cultivators looked up and immediately saw a void tunnel. The gray fog in the Tao Suppression Forbidden Zone was still gushing out from it. Then they naturally saw Feng Shen, Tianzuan, celestial venerable Zonglong, and the others in the sky. Aren't they the 9 criminals that the celestial court has been chasing before? They are also in the celestial court. The reincarnation body is indeed related to them, and the other 2, they are together with the reincarnation body. The gray fog in the Tao suppression forbidden zone was attracted by them. How did you trigger it from such a long distance away? This, hundreds of cultivators were shocked. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword echoed in the celestial court. Lin Tian held the rainbow divine sword, and the sword light swept in all directions. With a poof, another heavenly lord was killed. He was pierced through by the sword, and after his body was destroyed, his divine soul was also destroyed. The hundreds of cultivators outside the heavenly court couldn't help but tremble when they saw this. Reincarnation form, he killed a heavenly master of the celestial court. Some people trembled, and their souls were almost scared out of their bodies. Then, many people suddenly discovered something else. It's said that the gray fog in the Tao suppression forbidden zone has a strange power that can greatly weaken cultivators. The heavenly lords of the celestial court seem to have been suppressed. Their battle prowess has dropped significantly, and they're only at the holy sovereign level now. However, the reincarnation body, he seems to be completely unaffected. Could it be related to his reincarnation physique? Also, wasn't he only a saint ruler a while ago? It had only been a short while. Yet, he had already reached the height of a saint venerable. These cultivators were shocked. Boom! Within the heavenly court, saint energy rumbled. Lin Tian held the rainbow divine sword and enveloped the remaining 77 sky-level heavenly lords in the sword force of the rainbow divine sword. The unparalleled power of the sword shook the void, causing it to crumble inch by inch. The dozens of heavenly masters all used their full strength, and as time passed, their expressions grew increasingly ugly. This was because they were working together, and most of them had taken out their heavenly masters, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. When the ancient ancestors come out of seclusion, none of you will survive. One of them looked at Lin Tian and said in an extremely cold voice. Now, their situation was very bad. Although they didn't bother the ancient ancestors in the depths of the celestial court at first, this heavenly master believed that the ancient ancestors in the depths of the celestial court would soon sense it and come out of seclusion. The ancient ancestors were all far more powerful than them. Even if the origin of the universe that poured into the celestial court was very terrifying and could suppress everything and weaken the ancient ancestors' battle strength, he believed that even in this situation, the ancient ancestors still had the battle strength of a heavenly master. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill Lin Tian and the others. When Lin Tian heard this, he glanced at the depths of the celestial court, then looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and the others in the sky. His gaze once again fell on this heavenly master of the celestial court who had spoken. He didn't say much. The rainbow divine sword in his hand trembled, releasing sword light that filled the sky as he attacked the dozens of people again. Clang! The sword power was swift and fierce, and the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. It was very frightening. He knew that the ancient ancestors of the celestial court were very terrifying. Not long ago, he had witnessed the divine power of an ancient ancestor of the celestial court. He controlled the power of order, and he could definitely kill an ordinary heavenly master with a raise of his hand. There were still several ancient ancestors of that level in the celestial court. If they all came out of seclusion, it would be very terrifying. Even if the origin of the universe in this place had a suppressive effect, those ancient ancestors could still exert the battle strength of a heavenly master. This was a very big threat to them. However, he wasn't afraid or worried at this time, because he knew that Fengshen Tianzuan and the others must also know that there were several terrifying ancient ancestors in the celestial court. If they dared to act like this, even though they knew this, they must have a way to deal with the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. Now, the 11 people in the sky were surrounded by holy light, and they were connected to each other. With Celestial Master Zonglong as the core, they were circulating their holy power. He guessed that they were preparing to deal with the ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court. Today, this place will be destroyed. He used the Heavenly Sword scripture to activate the Rainbow Divine Sword, and the Rainbow Divine Sword swept across the sky like a rain of swords. In the blink of an eye, a Heavenly Master's chest was pierced, and his body instantly exploded. Damn it! The Heavenly Master was shocked and furious. His divine soul retreated and quickly reformed his body. However, Lin Tian didn't give him a chance. He used the duality steps, a mysterious movement technique of the Heavenly One Soul technique, and brought about a sky full of afterimages as he appeared in front of the Heavenly One Soul technique. You, die! As soon as he said the word die, his left hand moved slightly. The 4 symbols seal appeared horizontally, intertwining with the aura of destruction and sealing, and landed directly on the Heavenly Master's divine soul. The Heavenly Master roared, and his divine soul erupted with a monstrous holy light. He struggled violently, but it was useless. Under the suppression of the universe's origin power, he couldn't break free from Lin Tian's 4-symbol seal, and he was instantly annihilated. He killed another Heavenly Master. Outside the Celestial Court, the group of cultivators who had rushed over couldn't help but tremble. Continue. Kill them all. The white tiger clenched his claws. He couldn't help but feel excited as he watched Lin Tian kill several Heavenly Masters in a row as if he were cutting vegetables. In the sky, Fengshen Tianzuan's body was surrounded by holy light. His gaze fell on Lin Tian, and he was momentarily dazed. Heavenly Master Daoren, Solar Master, and the others were making some kind of preparation. At this time, they were also looking at Lin Tian. He has cultivated all the techniques of the 9 of you, the Immortal Spirit Emperor said. He paused for a moment, then continued, Back then, your little junior brother was the same. Wu Ming's gaze also fell on Lin Tian. His eyes were incomparably deep and even a little sharp. He wanted to see through Lin Tian, but in the end he just shook his head. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian. His gaze was gentle and deep. In the end, he also shook his head like Wu Ming. Even if our little junior brother reincarnated, we should still be able to feel a familiar aura. He doesn't have it. Boom! Suddenly, a very frightening pressure appeared in the depths of the Celestial Court, causing all around to tremble violently. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others suddenly moved their gazes away from Lin Tian. At the same time, they looked into the depths of the Celestial Court. He's out, Fengshen Tianzuan said, a sharp light intertwining in his eyes. At the same time, Lin Tian naturally also sensed the frightening pressure in the depths of the Celestial Court. He couldn't help but stop attacking the dozens of Heavenly Masters and look into the depths of the Celestial Court. There, 9 figures stepped out one after another, each surrounded by a strange light. They were like 9 ancient saints who had destroyed the world. Ancient ancestors. Chapter 21:21. 9 figures walked out from the depths of the Celestial Court. All of them were old, but their auras were terrifying. Heavens, the ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court! That's right. It must be. The reincarnation body and the others killed their way into the Celestial Court. They forced the ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court to come out. All the practitioners outside the Celestial Court couldn't help but tremble. In the Heavenly Court, Lin Tian saw a withered old man among the 9 people at a glance. He was the one who had come out of seclusion some time ago, and then fled after being severely injured by Wu Yi a few times. While he was looking at the withered old man naturally saw him as well. His eyes instantly turned incomparably sharp and cold, filled with murderous intent. And the withered old man looked at Lin Tian with an ugly expression. He had been seriously injured by Wu Yi and the wounds he had recovered over the years had worsened because of Wu Yi. Now that Wu Yi wasn't here, he naturally blamed Lin Tian, who was Wu Yi's wife. The other 8 ancient ancestors of the celestial court also looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes. I didn't expect someone to be so bold as to cultivate the reincarnation body. One of them said coldly, "You're courting death. And you, heaven-defying bastards, how dare you break into the celestial court?" Another person looked at Fengshen Tianzuin and the others. He was wearing a golden robe and his voice was cold. "How can you grow if you don't have the guts? How can you wipe this place out?" Fengshen Tianzuin said calmly. He was surrounded by holy light. There was no terrifying aura around him. He was just and peaceful, giving off an unshakable feeling. "Wipe out the celestial court?" The golden-robed ancient ancestor glanced at Fengshen Tianzuin with cold eyes. Then he slapped at Fengshen Tianzuin. For a time, the void in all directions collapsed. A terrifying aura surged, causing people to tremble involuntarily. Heaven-level combat strength. Lin Tian's expression froze. Just as he had expected, the ancient ancestor-level characters of the heavenly court were too strong. Even though they were suppressed by the cosmic origin and their combat strength had been greatly weakened, their aura was still comparable to that of an ordinary immortal ascension stage expert. The 70-odd heavenly masters of the celestial court all looked cold. "I told you that all of you will die today." Now their lineage's ancient ancestor had left seclusion. Although he had been affected by the source strength of the universe, he still possessed the combat strength of an ordinary heaven-piercing master. If this were to deal with Lin Tian and Empyrean Divine Seal, then it would be no different from crushing ants. The golden-robed ancient ancestor's big hand pressed down on Fengshen Tianzuin in the blink of an eye. Fengshen Tianzuin's expression didn't change. The 4 symbols, seal, flew out from his body and wrapped around Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. He pulled Lin Tian to his side. Sacrifice of life and death. As soon as he said that, the holy light around his body suddenly became thicker. The holy light around Wu Ming and the others also became thicker. The holy power of the 11 people revolved around celestial venerate Zonglong. A black stone the size of a head suddenly appeared. Its surface was covered with dense dragon patterns, and it didn't look special. "Open!" Celestial venerate Zonglong said in a low voice. The black stone flew out in an instant. The dragon patterns that were intertwined earlier spread to the black stone and merged with the dragon patterns on the black stone. With a crack, cracks appeared on the surface of the black stone, and then it exploded. Boom! The void in all directions shook. As the black stone exploded, an extremely thick aura of life and death rushed out from it. It was like a torrent that opened the sky, and the two merged perfectly. They blended together, and there was no dangerous aura. It was very peaceful. In the next moment, Fengshen Tianzuin raised his hand. The holy light around his body connected with Wu Ming and the others. With a buzzing sound, it cooperated with celestial venerate Zonglong's dragon patterns to form 11 holy lights with different auras. They went straight into the torrent of life and death. Life and death intertwine and turn into destruction. Fengshen Tianzuin said, "Boom!" The torrent of life and death surged. As the 11 rays of holy light with different auras entered, a boundless aura of destruction erupted. The aura of destruction was so dense that it seemed like it was going to destroy everything in the world. With a poof, the celestial court ancient ancestor's hand that was reaching for Fengshen Tianzuin was annihilated in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered all over the sky. Moreover, this was not the end. The destructive torrent of life and death was like a storm, surging toward the 9 celestial court ancient ancestors and the dozens of celestial court lords who had retreated to the vicinity of the 9 celestial court ancient ancestors. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 3 celestial lords were directly crushed by the destructive torrent. their bodies and souls destroyed. Such a scene made Lin Tian's pupils shrink involuntarily. It turns out that all the previous preparations were to trigger the black stone that contained endless life and death aura to explode, and then cause it to mutate and turn into a destructive torrent. He was shocked. At this moment, the torrent of destruction was too frightening. Boom! The torrent of life and death swept out in all directions, annihilating everything in its path. The golden-robed ancient ancestor of the celestial court quickly regathered his shattered arm and joined forces with the other ancient ancestors to erect a powerful barrier of light. The power of order intertwined to form a barrier of light that protected the 9 ancient ancestors and the dozens of heaven lords who were still alive. His expression was extremely unsightly. You came prepared. The other 8 ancient ancestors also had unsightly expressions, and the dozens of heaven lords couldn't help but tremble. This was because the torrent of life and death at this time was too terrifying. Damn it! One of the heaven lords clenched his teeth, his face filled with shock and anger. The other heaven lords were naturally the same. They had originally thought that the 9 ancient ancestors of their lineage would be able to instantly obliterate Fengshen Tianzuan's group. They hadn't imagined that Fengshen Tianzuan's group would have such a method. They had been preparing for this all along, and now they had unleashed such a destructive torrent that instantly injured one of their ancient ancestors. In the former battlefield of great devastation, countless beings died because of you. That place gave birth to crystals filled with life and death aura. Not even you can stop the detonation of this life and death aura. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at the 9 ancient ancestors of the celestial court. Perhaps I won't be able to kill you today, but this place will definitely be erased. In order to detonate the life and death aura within the black crystal, they would first have to use endless dragon patterns to shatter the black crystal. Then, the 11 of them would have to use their respective saint energy and nomological laws to transform the life and death aura into a destructive torrent. Therefore, this could only be activated within the celestial court, and it would take a lot of time. Earlier, they had been mixing their saint energy and nomological laws. At the same time, they had also used their saint energy to help Celestial Venerate Zonglong shatter the black crystal. This was because the black crystal was too hard. Even though Celestial Venerate Zonglong had the dragon burial scripture, it was very difficult to rely on one person's saint energy and dragon patterns to shatter it. It required the support of 11 people's saint energy to shatter it. I have to thank you. Your appearance has saved us from having to spend at least 1,000 years in seclusion to heal our injuries after erasing this place. Looking at Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan spoke again with a faint smile on his face. Originally, they had planned to prepare for the fierce battle with the dozens of heavenly court's heavenly lords. That process would have cost them no small amount of effort, because even they would not be able to gain any advantage over the dozens of heavenly court's heavenly lords while making such preparations. They were bound to be severely injured, and in their estimation, it would take them at least 1,000 years to recover from such injuries. Chapter 21-22. As Lin Tian heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, as he thought back to how Empyrean Divine Seal and the others were preparing to use their techniques in the skies, he understood what Empyrean Divine Seal meant. "Senior, you're too kind," he said to Fengshen Tianzuan. The void rumbled. At this moment, the torrent of life and death within the celestial court was boiling. The destructive aura was overwhelming and appalling. Within the vast celestial court, magnificent ancient buildings collapsed one after another. Celestial soldiers and celestial generals met with calamity one after another. Under this destructive torrent of life and death, no one could stop it. The reincarnation body and those 11 people, they want to destroy the celestial court. Outside the celestial court, a group of cultivators watched this scene from afar. Every one of them was terrified. Some of their legs couldn't help but tremble, as if they would collapse at any moment. The white tiger and little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. The white tiger's hair stood on end. Those 11 people, they actually prepared such a method. This is really rumble. The void rumbled and the earth trembled. The torrent of life and death intertwined within the celestial court, causing the entire celestial court to crumble. Ants, you've all planned this out well, the golden-robed ancestor said coldly. The power of the universe's origin intertwined within the celestial court, affecting their battle prowess. Now, they could only display the battle prowess of an ordinary heavenly master. Under such circumstances, the defensive light screen could only barely resist the torrent of life and death. It could barely protect the dozens of heavenly masters within the celestial court. As for the other cultivators of the celestial court, they couldn't protect them at all. There were even more screams than before. Under the torrent of life and death, large numbers of celestial soldiers and celestial generals within the celestial court were killed in the blink of an eye. The vast celestial court at the center of the void, celestial realm was crumbling and collapsing. This aura of life and death is condensed from the great shattering battlefield that you all created. It is the hatred of the countless lives that died at your hands. Although it cannot destroy you all now, it is enough to disrupt your plans in this universe. Fengshen Tianzuan said. The several dozen heaven masters of the celestial court paled at the same time, and the 9 celestial court ancient ancestors couldn't help but be moved. Those crystals were obtained from the great devastation battlefields. You have been to those battlefields of great devastation. He didn't die in there. One of the ancient ancestors narrowed his eyes. They knew that there were several dozen battlefields of great devastation. They were formed when 7 universes were destroyed, and every one of them was extremely terrifying. They were the graveyards of countless lives, filled with danger and inauspiciousness. Ordinary heaven-piercing experts would definitely die if they entered those battlefields of great devastation. Even existences as strong as them weren't willing to casually enter those battlefields of great devastation. Now, they could sense that Empyrean Divine Seal and the others hadn't yet reached the peak of the Ascension Realm. But even though they hadn't reached the Ascension Realm, they had still managed to survive the great shattering battlefield. Fengshen Tianzuan's gaze was very calm, and his expression was also very calm. Those countless lives that died in those battlefields of great devastation must have held on to hope that one day they would be able to completely destroy you all. We also have such thoughts. Therefore, the various dangers and inauspiciousness of those battlefields of great devastation didn't make things difficult for us in the end. In the end, it allowed us to reach the peak of the void celestial realm from the ruler realm in an extremely short amount of time. Can there still be hope for the dead? That kind of hope allowed you to survive? Could it have helped you? Don't try to be mysterious, said the withered old man of the 9 ancient ancestors coldly. His right hand moved slightly, and divine chains of order interweaved with an intimidating aura, using the saint light to defend against the torrent of life and death. This person took out the divine chains of order and swept them towards Fengshen, Tianzuan, and the others. The order is very strong, but unfortunately your current situation isn't good. You don't have the ability to attack us, said Fengshen Tianzuan. As his words fell, another black crystal appeared. In the blink of an eye, the dragon patterns exploded, and the aura of life and death surged out. Under the combined efforts of Celestial, Venerate Zonglong, and the others, the aura of life and death once again surged, turning into a torrent of destruction just like before. With a rumble, the world shook. Combined with the previous torrent of life and death, this caused the withered old man's expression to change drastically. He had no choice but to withdraw the divine chains of order and use even stronger saint force to defend against the torrent of destruction. This was because if they didn't do so and continued to attack, they would very likely be swallowed up by the torrent of life and death in the blink of an eye. Crack! 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 Two black crystals containing endless aura of life and death exploded, and the endless aura of life and death turned into a torrent of life and death. Immediately, the vast celestial court collapsed even faster. In the depths, a powerful barrier was destroyed by the torrent of life and death. Then, one could see that behind the barrier were special divine altars covered with endless ancient runes. At this moment, as the vast torrent of life and death surged in and drowned these divine altars collapsed one after another. Ants. When the 9 ancient ancestors of the celestial court saw this scene and saw the divine altars collapsing one after another, extreme anger emerged for the first time. Monstrous killing intent intertwined, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. The dozens of heaven lords were also incomparably shocked and furious, and some of their eyes even turned red. These divine altars had been built with endless resources and countless years. They were extremely important to them, but now they were being destroyed one after another in front of their eyes. However, no matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do at this time. This was because the torrent of life and death in the celestial court was too terrifying. Under the suppression of the cosmic origin energy, the 9 ancient ancestors could only barely resist the torrent of life and death. They had no chance to protect the divine altars at all. Lin Tian looked at the collapsing divine altars and the furious expressions of the 9 ancient ancestors of the celestial court and the dozens of heaven lords. His heart couldn't help but tremble. These divine altars! He remembered that Fengshen Tianzuan had mentioned disrupting the layout of the celestial court in this universe. That layout was these special divine altars? Rumble. The torrent of life and death surged throughout the entire celestial court. Here, the vast celestial court collapsed even faster. More than half of the divine altars in the depths of the celestial court were destroyed in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that a crisp crack was heard. A tiny crack appeared on the Saint Energy light screen supported by the 9 ancient ancestors of the celestial court. Then the crack began to spread like a spider web, and in the blink of an eye, densely packed cracks appeared on the defensive light screen. The 9 ancient ancestors' faces turned even uglier, and the dozens of heaven lords couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 21-23. The 9 ancient ancestors of the celestial court had ugly expressions on their faces. The celestial court was constantly collapsing, and more than half of the divine altars that they had spent countless years to set up had been destroyed. They were unable to protect them, and now the defensive barrier that they had propped up was about to shatter. Ants. One of the ancient ancestors spoke in a cold voice. Their cultivation was clearly far from what Fengshen Tianzuan and the others could compare with, but now they were forced into such a state by a group of people. This made them feel even more aggrieved and angry, and they wished that they could swallow Fengshen Tianzuan and the others into their stomachs. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others' expressions did not change at all. They were calm and indifferent, and there were sacred dragon patterns lingering around them. At the same time, they were using other great techniques to catalyze the torrent of life and death in the celestial court, causing the torrent of life and death to become even more violent, as if it was going to swallow everything. Qi. 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 In the celestial court, the space was being annihilated, and the divine altars in the depths were collapsing at an even faster speed. Lin Tian stood beside Fengshen Tianzuan. Looking at this scene, his eyes could not help but light up. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were indeed the disciples of the human king, the descendants of the ancient gods, and the masters of this generation of the celestial court. Their combined strength was originally far from being comparable to the celestial court in the heaven realm, but they had forced the celestial court here into such a sorry state. The celestial court, actually, the reincarnated bodies, they outside the celestial court, the group of cultivators were all frightened. Many of their faces were pale, and they could not help but tremble. The celestial court was the biggest monster in the heaven realm. No one knew when it had existed in the heaven realm, and no one knew how long it had been overlooking the heaven realm. But now it was constantly collapsing. The legendary ancient ancestors of the celestial court were powerless when they came out of seclusion. They were forced to hold up a defensive light curtain to resist the torrent of life and death, and could only watch as the celestial court collapsed in this torrent of life and death. Those 11 people are really the white tiger and the little Taichu stayed together outside the celestial court. They couldn't help but shiver when they saw the crowd of cultivators inside the celestial court. Boom! Within the celestial court, the torrent of life and death boiled, and the aura of destruction was turbulent. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Among them, all the ordinary heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were already dead. Not a single one of them was still alive. Only the 9 ancestors of the celestial court and more than 70 Empyrean masters were still alive. All of you deserve to die. The several dozen heavenly masters clenched their fists in anger. Although the emotions of the 9 ancient ancestors weren't as intense as those of the heaven masters, their eyes were still burning with fury. It was also at this moment that there was a cracking sound. The cracks that appeared on the defensive light screen formed by the 9 people became even denser, as if it would completely collapse in the next moment. You. Very good. Very good. One of the ancient ancestors spoke. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. Surging saint brilliance surged out of his body and even intertwined outside the defensive light screen. The layout here is destroyed, so be it. In the future, we will come back and rearrange it. It will just take a little more time. The saint brilliance that intertwined outside the defensive light screen caused the space in this place to tremble. His eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others. Here, we really don't have any leeway to fight. Let's go to another universe. The new great apocalypse is just about to begin. There, we will tear all of you to pieces. As his words fell, the other 8 ancient ancestors of the celestial court acted together. Shocking saint brilliance surged outside their bodies. It was obvious that they were combining their saint powers at this time to perform some kind of technique. Then, in the next moment, the void above the celestial court suddenly distorted, and then a huge black hole appeared. It was dark inside, and in the blink of an eye, a majestic force surged out and engulfed everything in the space. Lin Tian suddenly trembled, and his expression changed drastically. An invisible force fell on his body, causing his body to begin to be pulled into the black hole. All of his divine powers and ancient techniques were useless, and he could not stop it at all. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were also moved. Like him, they were also pulled into the black hole. Panicked cries rang out outside the heavenly court. Just like them, a group of cultivators was sucked into the black hole. Because their cultivation was lower than theirs, they were sucked into the black hole in an instant. The white tiger and the little Taichu were not spared either. At this time, they were also pulled into the black hole. In fact, large amounts of earth, rocks, and ancient trees in the surroundings were also sucked into the vortex. Only the torrent of life and death in the celestial court seemed to contain too much energy, and it was difficult for it to be pulled into the black hole. Just you wait. A cold voice came from an ancient ancestor of the celestial court. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others as if he was looking at dead people. The other 8 ancient ancestors and several dozen heaven masters did the same. Then the 9 ancient ancestors attacked again. A black hole appeared behind them and swallowed them up in the blink of an eye. They disappeared in the surging torrent of life and death. Boom! The torrent of life and death was still rolling in the celestial court. The entire celestial court was completely torn apart and no longer existed. The huge black hole stretched across the sky, pulling everything into it. Lin Tian tried his best to resist, but it was completely useless. At the same time, he saw the white tiger and the little Taichu being pulled into the black hole. He wanted to pull them to his side, but he found that he was unable to free his hands. The saint energy in his body could not break through the majestic force of the black hole. Don't worry about them, and don't worry. Although we didn't expect this at first, it's not dangerous. The black hole has no destructive power. It will only pull us into another universe. Fengshen, Tianzuan's voice rang in his ears. The black hole engulfed everything, and the wind blew. Lin Tian was pulled into the black hole, and his expression changed. That black hole is the universe portal. We will be pulled into the Xianhuang universe. He had already learned from the old Taoist that there was more than one universe in the greater heaven and earth. Now, there were originally 9 universes in the greater heaven and earth, but only the Hongmeng universe and another Xianhuang universe were left. Fengshen Tianzuan said that the black hole would pull them into another universe, so it could only be the Xianhuang universe. Moreover, he recalled the words of the heavenly court's ancient ancestor. Before opening the black hole, he had mentioned going to another universe. This was enough to prove that Emperor Divine Seal's words were completely correct. A strange light flashed in Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes. Celestial venerate Zonglong, the emperor of the fairy spirit emperor, and the others were also slightly moved. Chapter 21-24. His body was constantly being pulled toward the universe portal. Seeing Fengshen Tianzuan's solemn expression, Lin Tian also became serious. "Senior, please tell me." His body was constantly being pulled into the universe portal. He knew that he would be pulled in sooner or later, so he didn't care about this at all. It was as if nothing had happened as he earnestly looked at Emperor Divine Seal. Fengshen Tianzuan, Celestial Venerable Zonglong, and the others were also being pulled into the universe portal. He said, "First, as the ancient ancestor of the celestial court said, the dark yellow universe will soon usher in the great destruction. Needless to say, the source of the destruction is naturally the celestial court. Since we are being pulled into the dark yellow universe, there is absolutely no possibility of opening the universe portal unless we reach the sky-reaching realm. Therefore, this time, we will be caught in the great destruction of the dark yellow universe. After entering the dark yellow universe, before the great destruction begins, we must do our best to prepare everything." Second, Fengshen Tianzuan paused and continued, "Although I don't want to say it, the real power of the celestial court is really terrible. It is certain that this time, the dark yellow universe will be destroyed like the Tai universe and the other 7 universes. Remember, when more than 70% of the universe is destroyed, there will be a violent shock in the big world. At that time, the Dharma of heaven and earth, which is the so-called order, will be many times easier to comprehend than under normal circumstances. In the great destruction, on the premise of ensuring your absolute safety, don't miss that opportunity and use your heart to comprehend it." Third, Fengshen Tianzuan's expression became extremely solemn, and a strong luster of fear flashed in his deep eyes. He said, "When more than 90% of the universe is destroyed, most of the territory will have completely disappeared and become turbid. At that time, immediately find a place that can completely hide your life aura and hide. Don't show up no matter what." Lin Tian was slightly shocked when he heard the 3 points mentioned by Fengshen Tianzuan. The dark yellow universe will usher in the great destruction and will be destroyed. When the universe is destroyed 70%, it is easiest to comprehend the power of order. When 90% of the universe is destroyed, we have to find a place to hide. Looking at Fengshen Tianzuan, he couldn't help but ask, "When the universe is 90% destroyed, is there any special danger?" The inevitable destruction of the black-yellow universe and the ease of perceiving and controlling the order when the universe was 70% destroyed had moved him. But the third point mentioned by Fengshen Tianzuan concerned him the most. He could feel that something terrifying would definitely appear at that time, because when Fengshen Tianzuan mentioned that, there was obvious fear in his eyes. One had to know that Fengshen Tianzuan was the #1 disciple of the mortal monarch. What kind of situation was it to be able to make such a hero reveal such a fearful expression? There was no need to think about it to know that it was extremely terrifying. Fengshen Tianzuan paused and said, "The true source of destruction will appear. No one in the world can stop it." Boom! The void rumbled, and above the firmament, the universe portal gradually shrank. However, the sweeping force became even more ferocious. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others were swept into the universe portal. They couldn't break free and were soon swept to the edge of the universe portal. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian and said, "This is what Master told us in the past. We haven't really experienced the great destruction." He looked at Lin Tian and said, "This is the 8th great destruction of the universe. Remember, you must survive. Survive, and together with us, we will end the 9th great destruction. The ultimate battlefield will be in our primordial universe." Lin Tian was moved, and then he nodded seriously. "I will return to our universe alive. Seniors, you too. Buzz." The void hummed, and in the next moment, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others were swept into the universe portal and disappeared from the celestial realm of nothingness. At the same time, the universe portal shook and disappeared after 3 breaths. The surrounding space suddenly became much quieter. After being swept into the universe portal, Lin Tian's vision suddenly became pitch black. He couldn't see anything. Even when he sent out his divine consciousness, he couldn't sense anything. He could only feel that the surrounding space was shaking, which made him feel a little dizzy. At that moment, he didn't dare to move casually. He quickly withdrew his divine consciousness, worried that there would be an accident. After all, this was the universe portal, which was far from being comparable to the world portal. If there was an accident in the universe portal, he reckoned that ordinary transcending heaven existences would die instantly. As such, he didn't move in the universe portal. He waited quietly. After that, time passed. After an unknown amount of time, the universe tunnel suddenly trembled. Light appeared in front of him, and with a bang he was knocked out of the universe tunnel, allowing him to step on solid ground again. Looking around, he was surrounded by magnificent mountains. The ancient trees were very dense, and the spiritual energy in the air was very dense. This is the black-yellow universe. At first glance, there was nothing special about the surrounding environment. It was no different from the Hongmeng universe he was in before. However, he knew very well that this place definitely belonged to the black-yellow universe, because the universe portal was opened by the 9 ancient ancestors of the celestial court. The 9 wanted to bring them into the black-yellow universe, trap them there, and then kill them in the great destruction of the black-yellow universe. In this way, the space they were in now was definitely the black-yellow universe. It was impossible for them to be in the Hongmeng universe. He glanced around and spread out his divine consciousness, but he didn't find any trace or aura of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. They're really scattered. He muttered to himself. Standing in place, he paused for a moment. He remembered what Fengshen Tianzuan told him before and took a deep breath. Let's find the little guy and the stupid tiger first, and then make other preparations. The white tiger and the little Taichu were also involved in the black-yellow universe. Their cultivation was only in the Saint King realm. He had to find them as soon as possible. Although it was difficult, it had to be done. As for Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, their cultivation was at the peak of the virtual sky. They were much stronger than him now, so there was no reason for him to worry about them. He immediately left this place. While looking for the little Taichu and the white tiger, he made various preparations for the great destruction. At the same time, he didn't forget to cultivate hard and improve his strength. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. In this year, he learned a lot about the black-yellow universe. He went to many places and made many preparations for the great destruction, but he still couldn't find the little Taichu and the white tiger. Then time passed. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. His cultivation reached the second tier of the Saint King realm, and he made more preparations for the great destruction, but he still couldn't find the little Taichu and the white tiger. He didn't even find a clue. It was also on this day that he walked in a vast world in the black-yellow universe that was like the heavenly realm of nothingness. The sky suddenly trembled. Space portals opened in many places, and densely packed figures walked out. They were all wearing the armor of the celestial court. The great destruction begins. A cold voice sounded from the group of figures. Immediately, these densely packed cultivators wearing the armor of the celestial court rushed down from the sky, and the will of destruction swept in all directions. Chapter 21-25. Along with the cold voice, numerous celestial court cultivators descended from the sky. Slaughter to your heart's content. Enjoy this feast of slaughter and destroy everything. It's been a long time since I've done something like this. Kill. There were too many of these cultivators. It was impossible to count how many there were. All of them wore the unique armor of the celestial court. Their eyes were cold and merciless. After rushing down from the sky, they directly launched a destructive attack on the creatures of this world. People of the celestial court, the cultivators of this universe obviously knew about the celestial court. It seemed that the celestial court also existed in this universe. All of them were terrified. Then, shrill screams rang out. Puff! 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 Blood exploded one by one, dyeing the void surface red in the blink of an eye. The celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court rushed into this world of the Xianhuang universe and killed everyone in sight. The cultivators of this universe began to fight back with all their might. However, it was very difficult to resist the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court. Lin Tian looked at this world of this universe. Mountains and rivers were collapsing. Cultivators died one after another, screaming miserably. They were mercilessly slaughtered by the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court. He wanted to help the cultivators of this world to resist, but in the end he did not do so. It was not that he was heartless or merciless. It was just that now that this universe had fallen into the great destruction, he first had to ensure that he could survive. Moreover, he had to find the white tiger and little Taichu. He really did not have too much energy to care about these strangers. The strongest cultivator of the celestial court who rushed into this place was only a Saint Venerable. He used a special technique to conceal all of his aura and went into the distance like a ghost. Where are the little fellow and the stupid tiger now? With the arrival of the great apocalypse, this world began to be mercilessly slaughtered by the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court. He guessed that it was the same everywhere else in this universe. The celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court were slaughtering all living things in this universe. Under such circumstances, he was very worried about little Taichu and the white tiger. After all, although the little guy and the white tiger were not weak, they were only in the Saint King realm. They would be in great danger if they were to face the army of destruction of the celestial court. He concealed his aura and his figure, heading towards a very remote location in this world. He was far away from the core battlefield, and very soon he had crossed a very long distance. Boom! Up ahead, space rumbled as a cultivator from the celestial court charged into a village. Blood splashed everywhere. The village wasn't small. There were more than 1,000 households, and they were all ordinary mortals. For a moment, the entire village was in chaos. Mother, some of the children were so scared that they started crying. Up ahead, a middle-aged woman was cut in half. Her brain matter and blood splashed everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Too weak. You haven't even reached the body refinement realm. What's the point of your existence? Ridiculous. A cultivator from the celestial court mocked. He raised his hand and swung his sword down. Then the children's cries disappeared, and they turned into a bloody mist. What are you? Ah, sister. Screams and cries of terror echoed in the village. There weren't many cultivators from the celestial court who had entered the village. There were only 9 of them. However, to these ordinary villagers, these 9 cultivators from the celestial court were existences that they could not understand or fight against. Uft, uft, uft. Blood was flowing, and screams were echoing. This ordinary village welcomed destruction on this day. Whether it was the elderly in their twilight years or the stumbling children, the 9 celestial soldiers and celestial generals did not let them go. They mercilessly massacred everyone they saw. Lin Tian had originally planned to ignore the lives of the strangers in this universe. This was because in this apocalypse he had to be extremely cautious. He had to protect himself and quickly find the little Taichu and the white tiger. However, when he passed by and saw these ordinary mortals being mercilessly massacred by the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court, he couldn't stand it anymore. Even pregnant women and infants were not spared. Bastards! His eyes were cold. Perhaps it was because the actions of the 9 celestial soldiers and celestial generals were too cruel, or perhaps it was because he subconsciously thought of the hundreds of thousands of ordinary mortals that he had killed by mistake. At this moment, a surge of anger rushed to his heart. Clang! Jian Shao immediately thought of this and acted. He appeared in the small village in one step and condensed a holy light sword in his hand. He pierced through a celestial soldier of the celestial court who was aiming a butcher's knife at a plain-clothed boy. The plain-clothed boy was about 7 years old. His clothes were full of patches. At this moment his eyes were dull, and he was motionless on the spot. He was completely scared out of his wits. It was as if he had become a vegetable, and his consciousness had completely disappeared. Lin Tian squatted down and picked up the boy. A holy light surged out of his body and into the boy's body. The boy's dull eyes gradually regained some luster. Then the boy immediately trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Good boy, don't be afraid. It's okay. Lin Tian held the boy and said in a gentle voice. However, an ordinary 7-year-old boy would not have experienced such a thing. His familiar neighbors were slaughtered one by one, and his parents were dead. Although Lin Tian's voice was very gentle, it could not erase the fear in the boy's heart in an instant. At this moment, being held by Lin Tian, the boy could not help but tremble. He did not cry, but tears kept falling from his eyes that were filled with fear. Some of them were tears of fear, and some of them were tears of the pain of losing his parents on this day. Seeing the boy like this, Lin Tian could not help but feel sorry for him for a moment. At the same time, he also knew that he could not eliminate the boy's fear and the pain of losing his parents in a short time. He paused for a moment, and with a slight movement of his mind, the perfect world evolved from the world seed, propped up and directly sucked the boy into it. This was a real great world. There would not be any problems if the boy was sucked into it. Who is it? A cold voice sounded. The other 8 celestial soldiers of the celestial court who had killed their way into the village naturally noticed the abnormality here. At this moment, they all looked over, and all of them fell on Lin Tian. Then, in the next moment, the 8 celestial soldiers were all moved. Reincarnation form. The 8 celestial soldiers were not strong, but they were at the level of true immortals. At this moment, they saw Lin Tian's constitution. In an instant, the 8 celestial soldiers' eyes all lit up. They had actually seen the legendary reincarnation form. Take him down! In the next moment, the 8 celestial soldiers all moved. All of them rushed toward Lin Tian. The legendary reincarnation form had actually appeared in front of them. This made them extremely shocked and pleasantly surprised. This was because, according to legend, The origin of the reincarnation form contained all possibilities. It was the number one treasure in this great world, even more attractive than the power of order. In an instant, 8 true immortal level auras surged, sealing the space in all directions and pressing down on Lin Tian from different directions. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked at the 8 celestial soldiers. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, puff, puff, puff. The 8 celestial soldiers of the celestial court all exploded at the same time. All of them were destroyed in body and soul. You! The village was in ruins, and the ground was stained with blood. Out of thousands of villagers, only a few hundred were still alive. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian with horror on their faces and could not help but tremble. It was also at this moment that in the distant sky, the space rumbled. An extremely strong sage aura surged and rushed toward this place rapidly. Chapter 21-26. The figure with 12 wings on its back arrived in the blink of an eye. It appeared in the sky above the village and stood in midair. I sense a familiar aura. It really is you, Aunt. The 12-winged figure looked down at Lin Tian with cold eyes. This. In the village, the hundreds of villagers who were still alive had just experienced the merciless massacre of the 9 heavenly soldiers of the celestial court. When they saw a 12-winged figure standing in the sky, they couldn't help but tremble even more violently. Lin Tian looked at the 12-winged figure and was moved. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. It's you. This was a familiar person. Back in the primordial universe, the other party had appeared 3 times as a clone. The first time, he was killed by an old drunkard. The second time, he was killed by Lin Tian's reincarnation matter. The third time, he was destroyed by Wu Yi's divine chains of order. It was the 12-winged saint. Lin Tian didn't expect to see him here again. At the same time, he could tell that this was the original body of the other party. He also sensed that the other party's cultivation was at the sovereign realm. Those old fellows said that they swept you into this universe and called you a reincarnated being. That's indeed the case. I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect an aunt like you to be a reincarnated being. You've got guts, the 12-winged saint said coldly as he looked at Lin Tian. At the same time, a glint flashed across his eyes. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. The old fellows that the other party mentioned should be the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. Those ancient ancestors of the celestial court could kill ordinary immortal realm existences, like cutting grass. However, the 12-winged saint was only at the sovereign realm. Yet he dared to call those ancient ancestors of the celestial court old fellows so casually. It seems like your identity isn't ordinary. He looked at the other party and said. The 12-winged saint narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he knew that Lin Tian had deduced something from his words. What an intelligent aunt. Unfortunately, this intelligence is of no use. He stared at Lin Tian, then lifted his hand to seize Lin Tian. Before I obtain the world seed and send you to the one and only true world, I will torture you properly, and you can slowly enjoy it. The might of a dominator interweaved. His eyes were cold as he thought back to the 3 incarnations that had been destroyed. They were all related to Lin Tian. Now that he saw Lin Tian again, the coldness of having his incarnations destroyed 3 times in a row erupted together, shattering the void in all directions. The sovereign's pressure made his body ache slightly. After all, he was only a second heaven, holy venerate. It was very difficult for him to block a sovereign with his own strength. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. He did not reveal the slightest bit of fear or dread. Buzz. Holy light interweaved outside his body as he propped up the perfect world and directly took in the hundreds of villagers who were still alive in this place. This is... A glint flashed through the 12-winged sacred emissary's eyes. The world seed has already been turned into a world by you. As he said that, he laughed coldly. Not bad. You've saved me a lot of time to nurture it. As he said that, he extended his hand towards Lin Tian's giant hand. His might became even stronger, and the hand covered the sky. It was terrifying. My incarnations have been destroyed 3 times. This time my true body has personally come, but the outcome will not change. You still won't have it easy. Lin Tianling said. As he finished speaking, with a thought, 3 Baodan appeared in his hand, and he crushed them. Instantly, a colorless and odorless halo interweaved and spread out, enveloping the space within a radius of 1,000 feet with him as the center. The 12-winged sacred emissary trembled slightly. The holy light of the giant hand pressing down on Lin Tian weakened a lot, and the essence, energy, and spirit he exuded also rapidly weakened. And the eyes of the sovereign 12-winged sacred emissary immediately turned cold. How do you feel? Lin Tian was very calm. After entering this universe, he had been to many places, always making preparations to welcome the great calamity. One of them was the Nirvana pill, a sovereign-level pill that could weaken a cultivator's battle prowess to a certain extent. Of course, it was only effective on sovereigns and cultivators below the sovereign level. Moreover, the effect could only last for half an hour. Just now, the 3 Baodan he used were the Nirvana pills, which weakened the 12-winged sacred emissary's battle power to the level of an 8th heaven holy venerate. The 12-winged sacred emissary's eyes were cold. The battle power of an 8th heaven holy venerate is enough to suppress a 2nd-level holy venerate ant like you. As he finished speaking, the giant hand continued to press down on Lin Tian. His saint might surged violently. Lin Tian did not say anything and directly met the attack with a punch. The next moment, there was a muffled sound as the 2's fists collided. The surrounding space immediately collapsed in patches. Bang! The 12-winged sacred emissary was sent flying. His arm cracked, and blood splattered across the space. You! The 12-winged sacred emissary steadied himself in the distance. His expression changed. He had actually been sent flying by Lin Tian's punch. Moreover, he was injured. Lin Tian looked at the other party and did not say anything. He directly stepped forward and pressed forward. Now, he was invincible among those below the Dominator rank. With a whoosh, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 12-winged sacred emissary and slapped him. Slap! The solid slap sent the 12-winged sacred emissary flying again. Teeth mixed with blood splattered across the space. The 12-winged sacred emissary was shocked and furious. Bone-chilling, murderous intent appeared on his face. Lin Tian had actually slapped him. "Ant!" he roared. The 12 wings behind him shone brightly as a divine ring flashed. Heaven's judgment! As soon as the divine ring appeared, the space trembled. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian's expression changed. His opponent's battle prowess had clearly been suppressed to the 8th heaven of the Holy Venerate level. But the divine ring he summoned now was somewhat terrifying. It actually made him feel pressured. It should be known that even a peak Holy Venerate's battle prowess should not be able to make him feel pressured. This directly showed that his opponent's bloodline was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to feel pressured when his battle prowess had been suppressed to the 8th heaven of the Holy Venerate level. However, although he felt pressured now, his expression still did not change. The reincarnation diagram appeared behind him. It intertwined with a sacred and vast aura as it went straight toward the divine ring. In the next instant, the two collided and exploded into a sky full of rainbow light. With a whoosh, the 12-winged sacred emissary's divine ring shattered. The reincarnation diagram's momentum did not decrease. It continued to press down on his opponent and landed on his body in the next instant. Puff!